Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Hobby Night live stream. We're going to be building. Wow, I'm stumbling over words already, and we're in the first 3 seconds of the stream. You know it's going to be a good stream then. I am very excited because, as you might have known if you were here yesterday when I was streaming, the thing that I did immediately after streaming was popped over to my P.O. box. And I actually picked up quite a number of things, some of which I cannot, in any regard, talk with you here on YouTube. It would be very inappropriate, you see. However, there are a couple things that I can talk to you about that I got in my P.O. box yesterday. And one of those is a handy little tool that helps with streaming, because I was generously gifted a stream deck. And now look, without even leaning over, I can go to the desk cam where I don't have the camera on. How silly of me. I'm very professional after all. But look at that. Look, we're over there, and then I can hit a button and we can go back to face cam only. I can switch back to face cam. Isn't that just delightful? I'm actually extremely excited. Did not mean for that to probably be very loud in your ears. Sorry for my squeal. Now, before I go any further, let me just shout out everybody who's already in chat. I saw you guys hanging out. And also Luke for gifting us a member already before we even got started. Thank you so much, sir, for that. And Ominously Baked Art, welcome to the Hobby Night Legion. Well, I think Ominously Baked Art, were you already part of the Hobby Night Legion and now you maybe have an additional membership for another month, or were you not previously? I can't remember. I know you've been in chat a number of times, but I can't remember now if your name was previously flagged with a little star saying that you were a Legionnaire or not. Well, regardless, welcome. And Luke, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Halfman, it's lovely to see you in chat, and is not my stream deck so freaking cool? Microvac show? Microvac? You mean this one? The little mini one? I mean, yes, this was also gifted to me, but Diesel Gravy! You've been a member for 5 months. Oh no, you have been a member for 5 months. Holy cow. Awesome. Thank you so much. 5 months. My goodness. You know, there's a number of you that are getting up there in the number of months that you've been supporting me. I just want to say thank you so very much. I know there's been a couple of you, and Havman's one of them, who has been around for ages. I think you've been here since nearly the beginning. Mercarion, welcome. We are, actually, I don't know exactly how Chaos Cultist is going to end up painting his solar.
I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah, the Solar Auxiliar. Because I know, he's definitely more of a Cadian / Catachan, definitely not Creek. Oh my god, is that the new one? Is that the new 2-point museum? Or are you playing Hospital? He's ignoring me. You're currently at 13 months? Holy cow. That's wild. Oh, is that what happened? Okay, yeah, I don't know how YouTube actually picks it. I don't know if it's choosing people who are currently in the stream, if it's just picking people who are subscribed to my channel, and so it just randomly is here's the lottery. Are you playing 2-Point Hospital, or are you playing the new museum?
I'm playing Campus, the one that came out in between.
Ah, Campus, the one in between. Okay, got it. Ominously Banked Art, yes. I have, in fact, played the Total War Warhammer series. I have played extensively in Total War Warhammer 2. I have played a fair amount of 3, but I admit I had issues with it when it first launched, and so I did step away from it for a little while, and I have not checked back in with it since it's had a number of updates. So I can't really say for that one, but 2, I adore. 2 is probably Oh my gosh, it's probably up there in like my top 5 favorite games ever. And I have put hundreds, if not thousands of hours into Total War Warhammer 2.
Not thousands.
Not thousands yet? Okay, I know we've, like, Chaos Cultist.
I've put like 500.
Have you? Okay, okay, I've got to put at least 500 myself in then, because I know between us like streaming it and like, will it show you mine? Or is it just yours?
I'm looking for 5.
I see. Yeah, Total War Warhammer 2 is amazing.
I have 650 and 2. I have 100 and I have 250 and 3.
And you've definitely played more of 3 than I have.
And I have 150 and 1. So I have about 1,000
total. Okay, I would say probably, because I've mostly played 2, and I definitely know I've played way less than of 3 than he has. So I would say like probably total, I would say 600 for me would probably be accurate when it comes to Total War between the 2 of them. I don't think I've played much of 1. No. I know I've like touched base with it, and I think maybe I did like a tutorial game of it, but 2 was out, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go play 2. I have not watched the new Astartes 2 video yet. I actually need to do a reaction video to that. I have just...
Lazy?
I haven't been lazy, I have been busy, okay? I have been busy and a little incapacitated at times. Oh, they're in the process of making that. That's like a unspoken secret.
What?
It's a spoken secret. Total War Warhammer 40K.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's no way with the amount of bullets that exist in 3 at minimum between what, like the Skaven and the dwarves probably, and a lot of the Empire, because hell, there are some units for the Empire that also they're more flintlocks, so it's not quite as like rapid fire as like the Skaven stuff is. But basically, the number of Skaven weapons and how much they have pushed that with the what did they call it? That thing you could go in and like do a bunch of testing where you just like willy-nilly were like all of the gunpowder.
Oh, yeah. The workshop.
The workshop, yes. It was something about the workshop. So like they've done enough testing with that. If they are like, oh, we can't do gunplay, it's bullshit. Bullshit. So they're definitely working on a Total War Warhammer 40K. Especially, and it would be stupid of them both. It would be stupid of Creative Assembly as well as Games Workshop to not be having them work on a Total War Warhammer 40K game with the current rise of popularity of the brand. The fact that Space Marine 2 did exceptionally well, which has also boosted all of the other 40K games to do well, because I know like Rogue Trader's doing well right now. I think they just passed like 1 million downloads or something like that, which is fantastic for them. And I love to see that because I love seeing people play that game. I know a lot of the other games have also seen a bit of an uptick and everything, so like the franchise is on the uprise. It would be stupid for them to not already be working on something like that. And I'm in the camp of this is a secret that they're trying to keep, but everybody knows it's coming. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait because I was actually talking with Chaos Cultist literally about this like 2 or 3 days ago. It may have been yesterday even after, no, it wasn't been yesterday. I was too busy yesterday. I wasn't home half of yesterday. But I was talking to him about, I felt like one of the segments of, or one of the genres of game that I feel like is underserved right now for Warhammer 40K is the RTS
Ironically.
area. Ironically enough, yes, that is the one that is underserved. Like, you have Total War Warhammer, fantasy, which is great. But it's not the 40K side. And we don't have a good Dawn of War or anything like that. Although, my God, could you imagine if they remastered Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2? We can ignore Dawn of War 3. We don't need that. But, like, just remaster the first 2. Ooh, I would play it. The current game as it stands is great also, but I would love a remaster. Like, come on, right? But if they're not going to give us that, then at least be working on Total War Warhammer 40K, which I really do think they are. Yeah, Space Marine 2 is an exceptionally good game. If you haven't played it, I would highly recommend it. I haven't actually dived into the co-op stuff that much in the game. Like I
don't have enough games.
What?
You don't have enough games.
I don't. I clearly don't have enough games to play. Like I'm currently trying to play 3 games right now and failing miserably at 2 of them. I've been focusing on Rogue Trader. I've been trying to play Cyberpunk 2077 because I don't want to play it on stream. I just want to like enjoy it and play it on at my own pace and everything. Because Cyberpunk is one of those games that like I like to go the hacking route, and if I don't hack and destroy people exactly how I want to in a mission, I will restart that mission. And I don't want to put you guys through that suffering of me constantly restarting a mission if it's not going the way that I want it to, because I get frustrated. So I'm also playing on hard. I'm very proud of myself. I'm doing quite well. But I haven't even gone out of the tutorial yet. Okay, we haven't even run the Arasaka mission because I've been doing a bunch of gigs outside because I wanted to up my skills and I wanted to be a really good hacker before I go into the Arasaka mission so that I can pretend that and this is, I guess, a spoiler, but I mean, the game's been out for years, so I don't care. Cover your ears, though, if you don't want to know the spoiler of the intro. I'm going to pretend that I can save Jackie, even though I can't.
You keep trying.
I just want to. I'm prolonging going on the mission because I'm like, I want to give him just a little bit more time with his girlfriend because... it's really sad. I wish, like, of all of the, like, as a woman playing Cyberpunk 2077, I don't actually feel like there's no male character that I'm really invested in that I would want to date except for Jackie, and they kill him. And I'm like, you can't introduce the sweetest, coolest guy that I would want to actually have a relationship in this game. Yes, tell me that he's in a relationship with somebody else already. God damn it. And then murder him. I mean, they did. They absolutely did. But it made me sad. It made me very sad. And I've been avoiding it. But I'm going to get through that. And then the other game that I'm trying to play is Nikki Infinity or Infinity Nikki. I said that backwards. Because goddamn, I love pretty dresses. All right. How about we get to... Oh, hold on. One of the things that I wanted to do while I was gabbing with you before we actually got started, because I'm pulling a classic YouTuber thing, or streamer thing, actually. It's not even a YouTuber thing. Delaying before we actually get started. But hey, I was on time and we're like chatting. It's just that we haven't started on what we're supposed to be doing. However, I do need to get my Instagram post up about it, so you guys are going to be part of that. Congratulations. Let me copy this link real fast because I need to put that in there, and then boom. All right. No, I was on the right side. We're live. Look, there's 2 of me. All right. You guys are extremely blurry in the background, but that's fine. All right, let's go ahead and get this. Join me. Go ahead and do that. Tap it a few times to get to the version of the link that I like. And then find the live now. Nope, not that. That button. Live now. Look at a YouTuber work. Nope, that says Love Bow. That's not at all what I said. Live now, please. Which one do I like? None of these are great. None of these scream Angela. You know what? That one's fine. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get over... Turn that off for a second, then I'm going to go ahead and turn it back on. I am going to be painting today, yes. Absolutely. In fact, we are going to press the button. Oh. Here it is, by the way. The Stream Deck. Oh, it's so lovely. It's genuinely super nice. I don't know if Metallica kind. There you are. Lovely to see you in chat. Hold on. Look, watch. Okay, I'm gonna press the button. Face cam! And then I can go. And back to the desktop. It's so great. There's actually a bunch of other buttons that we've set up too, and eventually down the line, I'm sure there's like other things that we can program in, like going to different scenes, pausing my music, muting my mic, transitions, etc. Yeah, all that. But literally have had it in the house for less than 24 hours, but I was like, we gotta use it. I want to do it. And so Chaos Cultist set it up while I was out running some errands this morning, and I am so pleased. It's so great. Yeah, it's so gosh darn convenient. And I now can if I need to look something up, I can just tell the Steam Deck to please open up Opera for me, and it'll do so, and voila, I can Google search things. It's great. All right, but we are not here to talk solely about that. We're here to build some tiny tanks. And we're working on the guard tanks today. I'm gonna scoot that a little bit over there so it's a bit out of my way. Put that lens cap here so that it's visible, and I remember to actually put it back on the camera this time. So sorry that I did that. I apparently left the camera on yesterday after I finished streaming and didn't put the lens cap on it, so go me, I'm so smart. Nice. What are you painting? What kind of pictures are you working on right now? Also, I feel like I'm getting a massive shadow from this side. Let me see if I can bring this light over to help. That's better. It's still there, but it's not as bad. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, that softened it. Good. Now we can truly, really see everything. Okay, I think I need a clip. I should probably get the instructions. The instructions are helpful.
I think they're in the box. I moved some stuff around.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. I found them. No concerns. We are working on the Malkador. And, I actually am not quite at the treads yet. I need to clip out I'm assuming fuel tank. It's kind of what it looks like.
Yep.
So one there, and then there's the other one. Oh, let me know how I sound and how the music is. Yeah, I did. I've got it.
And the lights on?
The light's on. Yeah, I turned it on. I also actually went ahead already and I swapped it from what?
I'm just checking out.
Okay. I swapped it in OBS to Mac and then back to this because for some reason before I had put this on and turned it on, the computer was reading my voice, it was in the...
It still has a microphone on it.
Oh, I see.
So it's set to take the audio from this. So I suspect the echo came from before?
It was using both of them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Also, RJ Memnoke, I'm so sorry if I messed up your last name. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. Just a little something for Whiskey and Bullets. Well, thank you. Yeah, I really, really appreciate it. Oh, you're currently making a banner for a YouTube channel. Cool. What's the theme of your YouTube channel going to be? Or is it somebody else's? Are you doing commissioned work or are you doing personal work? I sound great? Excellent. Good. That's what I like to hear. Oh, when I go on the break, I will, I'll grab the tanks that Chaos Cultist built last night while I was out for his guard. He built, was it 6?
8.
8? What were they again?
Medusas.
Medusas, that's right. It's I know they weren't Lehman Russes or anything that I'm building here, but I couldn't remember. Oh, that's why that's why that's not doing what I want it to. That's the really, really low grit. I want the higher grit. Or, yes. I want it to be more gritty. So that it does what I want it to, which is file this down. Okay. Where's my, oh, there's all my tools. I'm where did I put all my tools? Memnock, okay. I should have known that. I feel like the HC, I knew had a pronunciation, but I couldn't. I am one of those people where I really need it phonetically like spelled out like that sometimes because I just trip up words real hard sometimes. All right, this looks like it's gonna go here. How does this connect? Which direction does it go? I see, like so? Oh, fiddly little piece. Okay, hold on. This is when tweezers are supposed to come in handy. Okay, I think it goes like, yes, it goes like that. All right, I'm gonna put a little bit. My glue has been stolen. It probably went downstairs.
It has.
Okay, I will be right back. I must go downstairs to retrieve my glue. Well,
I'll go get it in a second.
No, I got it. It's fine. I was just seeing if I had another one super conveniently accessible. Actually, I might. It might just be over here. Nope. I took all the adhesives, or half of the adhesives down into the garage. All right, well, hold on. I'm not gonna bother I'm talking to the wrong camera. I'm not gonna bother going to be right back, even though I could press the button for that, but I'm just gonna leave the music going. And because I know that this microphone can pick me up all the way when I go downstairs, I'm just gonna probably talk to you.
She's abandoning you, Jack.
I am not abandoning you. I am going to still be talking to you. I just won't be visible on screen. It's fine. You guys are like, you're not dogs. You have longer object permanence than that.
They don't have object permanence.
They do have object permanence. It's fine. They'll know that I'm around. It's okay. All right. I will be right back. I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right. What did I... Oh, the glue? And in fact, I can actually bring up the tanks now and show them to you. They're conveniently all on this tray, so I can just grab the tray. Let's not slide the glue on the tray, though. Angela, that would be good. Oh, my better clippers, too. I used them on metal accidentally clippers because I wasn't thinking about it. I don't even remember what it was, like what metal thing I used. Oh, I think I was building the Samoa R35, and I think that's what it was. All right, I have returned. It's fine, I'm back. I haven't abandoned anybody. Calm yourselves. All right, so let me do that. So he built himself 8 Medusas.
Medusa.
Medusai? Is it Medusai? They're so cute. Look at their little penis guns. Yeah, I was taking you along for a ride. Thank you. It is my favorite color, and I have a lot of clothing with this, featuring this. And then he's also currently building me my...
You okay?
I'm thinking about what these are, and I'm blanking on them.
Isn't it a Sakaran?
No, these are larger than the Sakarans.
Ah.
Wait, is it a Sakaran?
I don't know.
Nope, it's definitely not a Sakaran. I keep thinking they're Sakarans, but they're not Sakarans. Shoot, what are these? I don't remember what these are. I also should keep it up higher. So, cause like, this is the Sakaran.
Are they Kratos?
I think you know what, maybe they're Kratos.
Yeah, I think they're Kratos heavy tanks.
Okay. But yeah, so like, this is what I built, and he's building me a slightly bigger tank. And it's not finished yet. There's a turret that goes on top. But one of the things I love about this particular one, okay, is the little las cannons pivot. They didn't have to be glued in. They actually rotate, and they do that on both sides, which is fan-bloody-tastic.
I was very careful to make sure they went in that way.
Thank you. I love it. It's so cute. None of the other tanks that I've built so far have had a pivoting piece in it, And to me, that is such a scale model thing, actually. Like, I feel like 40K doesn't, like, I feel like games, like game miniatures for games, don't often actually have moving pieces very regularly. Now, I do know that, for example, on, you know, hold on, let me, on the Lehman Russ, you know, the big one, like these sponsons can, okay, well, they're supposed to move. I may have painted them into place a little bit too hard, but this one moves. See, it moves. Like, they do have some moving parts, okay? Apparently I fucked up the other side, but did not know that. But it's not common. So I love seeing when it happens, and the fact that these super, super tiny ones do just tickles me so much. No, RJ, I left and you were left alone screaming into the void. No, it's okay, I'm back now. You don't have to scream into the void any longer. It's okay, I was in the void with you. I heard your song. It was lovely. Don't worry. It's a storm hammer? Okay, thank you. Do they? Those 40K? There's a number of tanks that I've seen in these and been like, oh wow, I didn't realize that these actually were in 40K. And then I look at what they look like in the game, and they don't look anything nearly as cool. Like, the Horus Heresy era stuff just has more bits and more greebling happening, I feel like. Which I very much enjoy. Sorry, I needed a long drink of water. Was feeling very parched. Glue. I have my glue now. We can actually get back to what we were doing. What we were meant to be doing, which is gluing in a tiny, tiny fuel tank. I cannot emphasize enough, by the way, how convenient this stuff is for building these super tiny models. Because it is genuinely the best. Nope, don't rotate like that. Go that way. Okay, we're in place. I'm gonna do a little bit of reinforcement. It is the sticky substance that keeps us all together. Well, thank you, RJ. I really appreciate that. I try to keep things very positive and a little bit goofy and a little bit perverted. I'm not gonna lie. I will never deny that. But I think that makes it fun. All right, we got that one in place. Let's go ahead and prep this little guy in the same way. I almost threw it onto the floor. I did wildly spin it. There we go. Okay. Okay. Pressure. I know Rudy isn't in chat right now, but I do want to publicly thank him for not only sending me this delightful little vacuum, which I have been using a whole bunch, and it's been super convenient, and actually I need to remind myself to bring it down to my car because I actually got some crumbs in it yesterday while I was coming back from my P.O. box because I grabbed myself a snack that was very crumbly and it was a very bad idea to eat in the car. But I did it anyways and I made a big mess. So I need to clean that up. And I want to use that to do it. So don't let me forget to do that after we finish. Okay, chat? But the other thing I want to thank for is these tweezers, both the metal ones as well as the plastic tip ones, because they have been incredibly useful for getting all these little tiny pieces together, both for my last two projects, not only the Legion Imperialis. How did you get like that, buddy? I knocked over some of my Space Marines. But as well as the Gundam build. They were useful for both of those. Which you can go watch the video for today, because that went out at 9 this morning. So if you haven't watched that already, when you're finished with the stream in a couple hours or later on, whenever you're done, go watch that. It's a really good, I'm actually extremely proud of the video. I read a script very well and I'm super proud of myself. I also think Chaos Cultist did a really good job with the shots and like how he put it together. So like all the pacing and all that. So please do go check that out. Oh man, I used to have one of those when I was way more active with like drawing and everything, and I completely know what you mean. They're really fun. Have you tried using it as like an actual, like, obviously you've used it as an eraser and as a tool like that, but have you done it as a way to, like, if you've done like a pencil drawing or charcoal drawing, have you used it as a tool to create negative space in your drawings yet? Because that is really fun. Like doing a lot of like blending and like pencil work or charcoal work, and then using that because it's got the vibrations and you can really control your pressure of the eraser on the paper and everything. You can really kind of like create cool wisps and all sorts of stuff. Really, really fun. If you haven't tried it, I recommend it. It takes a little bit of practice because it is a little bit like playing with the pressure and getting used to how that feels of the varying degrees, and depending on like what quality of an electric eraser you have, like you may or may not get better or worse results depending. But I used to do that a little bit and it was really fun. You have? Okay, perfect. That's so fun. Ah, so good. I like creating negative space that way. But I'm also somebody who really likes to, like, when I was doing a lot more traditional art, I would work in black and white a lot. So I would do, like, that was one of my big focuses, is creating gradations and like that kind of stuff. So loved it. Nice. Well, then you're in the right space, RJ, if that's what you're looking for. Fingernail brushes for gluing? Oh, makeup brushes as dry brushing brushes are fantastic. I would still recommend that. Especially since you can sometimes get just like decent makeup brushes in bulk for pretty cheap. That way, if you end up burning through them, or you want to like have some for like your lighter color tones versus your darker color tones, depending on how good you feel like you can clean those brushes out or not, that works really well. It's super convenient and very inexpensive. The thing that I actually want to get to sort of help with that is I want to try out the they make these like makeup brush cleaners. They're these little, I think they're honestly kind of similar to the ultrasonic, like, what is the word I'm looking for? The vibrating thing that you mix paints on.
Lab mixer?
Yeah, the lab mixer thing. But like, I think it has another term and I can't remember now what it is. But yeah, those little lab mixers that people get to be able to, I have one as well that you use to shake up paints and really get a good mix on there. I think this thing has something like that, whatever creates that vibration in it as well, because it's supposed to like clean all the makeup out of your makeup brush, which one I need just for my makeup brushes in general. But I also want to get one separately for my paints and see how that works to clean the paints out of it without damaging the bristles. Because sometimes if you're like grinding the bristles into your palm or something to try to gently like get the paint particles out, you can flatten them, you can bend them, you can, shape them in ways that you don't want to. So ah, very cool. What kind of tattoo work do you do? Yes, a centrifuge. Thank you. That is the word I was looking for. We can finally clip out the treads. Woo! All right, this 13, no, they're 11 and 12. Okay. Okay, 11 and 12 are the same, and 13 and 14 are the same. So we'll just keep them on the same side. It's like 11 and 12 are on the right. 13, 14 are on the left. One and two. And then we're also going to need... All right, so it looks like the main gun is just... Ah, I see. Okay, so you can have either a demolisher cannon or an autocannon, a las cannon, or a heavy bolter. Which would you like on the...
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Hey, that would have been good to know.
Sorry. Please look at 17A at the top and tell me which gun you want. Oh, very cool. I have no tattoos at the moment. It's something that I've thought about, but I'm also very much a coward to pain. So it's one of those things that I haven't committed to, which is really funny because my mother and my sister both have. I think my mom only has one that I know of. My sister has multiple tattoos though.
Las cannon.
Las cannon? Okay. Las cannon it is. All right, so we need piece 15 and 17 then. There is 15 and let's see, 17. Where's that? There it is. It's so tiny. What a tiny little las cannon. I say, as all of my las cannons were roughly the same size. In fact, I think they were exactly the same size. Maybe the ones that the Space Marines were holding will be, well, they'll be bigger than the las guns that the Guard, these puny little humans, will be carrying. All right, we got those pieces built out. Let's move that out of the way. Move my sprue out of the way. Put it over there. Get a little neck crack going. Lovely. Roll up the sleeves. You have two and you want one in... One is your... Or you have two tattoos. One is your family crest and the other is a werewolf altered beast pose. That's really cool. Luke, are you a Space Wolf player? If you play Warhammer 40k, if you have a werewolf tattoo, I'm curious. Like I'm stereotyping a little bit here, but I feel like that would not be inappropriate. Wait, you're a tattoo artist and you don't have any tattoos? I feel like very, is that?
Skinny chef syndrome.
Yeah, I feel like that's very like skinny chef syndrome, where like, I feel like that's uncommon. Like not unheard of, but uncommon. Oh, that's really cool. Well, very nice. There's the good pair. Nice. I will admit, I am on the vampire side of that war, so we'll have to fight each other, but it's fine. What's your favorite vampire, either like movie or game or novel? Or not vampire, werewolf. I said I was sorry. That was very rude of me. I was in my own fandom headspace. What is your favorite werewolf Movie, game, or novel? Because honestly, I don't know if I've watched as many werewolf like movies, especially.
I can't imagine you have.
I mean, I've seen like American Werewolf in London and Ginger Snaps. And I think I saw Ginger Snaps 2. Technically still a werewolf movie. I have watched Teen Wolf and Grimm, both which feature werewolves a lot. But beyond that, like, I actually don't know if I have. What do you mean Harris? Oh, because I'm on the vampire side? My beautiful bloodsuckers. They're just so beautiful. I can't help it. Ginger Snaps is awesome. It's a very, very good movie. Can't say as much about the second one from what I remember of it. Granted, I only watched that one once, whereas I've watched Ginger Snaps a couple of times. But yeah, Ginger Snaps is a fantastic movie. It's up there in like, I love it in the same way that I love Lost Boys and a couple of other like that era vampire movies. The film Dog Soldiers? I don't know if I've heard of that one. I'll have to look that up. Oh my god, I can with this. Hold on. Links. Let's just open that because then I'll open Opera. And then Dog Soldiers. It's a film of a squad of soldiers fighting to survive an attack by a pack of werewolves during a military training exercise in the Scottish Highlands. This sounds amazing. What? Also, those werewolves are terrifying looking. They're so long. Why do they have such long legs? Ooh. Amazing. Ooh, do they? What game is it set for Secret Level if they have a werewolf episode? Oh god, no. Are you kidding me? Twilight vampires? Hell no. I was way, way into vampires before that. Okay? Although I appreciate that you think I'm young enough to have only gotten into vampires during the Twilight era of vampires, you sweet, sweet summer child. No. Okay, my introduction to vampires, thank you very much, was Anne Rice and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And not just the Joss Whedon-verse one, but like the OG Buffy movie. Okay? All right. Also, actually one of the, it would really be Anne Rice. Like if I had to be honest, I think Anne Rice was my first introduction. Was it Buffy or was it Anne Rice? I can't remember now, actually, whether or not I had read The Vampire Lestat before or after I had started watching Buffy. I actually think I watched it before Buffy because I think me talking about Interview with a Vampire is what made a friend of mine go, oh my god, you're gonna love Buffy. That's why your name sounds a little familiar. Oh my god. I love it. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna have to watch Dog Soldiers now. Do you know, where is it available to watch? Like, is it like a Netflix? Is it like a Hulu? Are we talking like Amazon? Where do I watch it? Sarah Michelle Gellar is in the new Dexter series? Really? That's cool. Have you guys seen that she's like willing to come back to do something with Buffy again? And I'm like, yes, give me an adult Buffy. Like, take it out of the teenage years, make it adult Buffy. I will take that. If you guys don't know, Buffy gets very lesbian. And Spike ends up having cockroach aliens as his, like, who think they're his, like, king.
Queen.
Or queen. Like, they think he is their queen. and then like Angel ends up, I think, kind of dating a dragon, a male dragon.
No, they're just friends.
Oh, are they just friends? Okay. Well, this male dragon thinks its name is Cordelia, which is hilarious to me.
Which therefore makes its name Cordelia.
Well, yes, but like, I've never watched the original, even though the original Dexter would absolutely be something right up my alley, as I am a girl, and therefore I stereotypically like serial killers. Don't sigh at me.
I'm sighing at the universe.
You're sighing at the universe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, fine. As long as you're not sighing directly at me. Listen, I can't help that I really liked most of the Hannibal movies. Especially, what did they call, was it just called Hannibal Rising? Is that the one where he's young?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God, that was a really good one. I think I put this on correctly.
Because it was Silence of the Lambs, and then there was Red Dragon.
Right, which both are great.
Rising, and I think there was a fourth one.
Well, there was Silence of the Lambs, then there was
Red Dragon?
No, Red Dragon is the third one.
Oh.
There's Silence of the Lambs, and then oh my God, what was the one where he escaped at the end and he like opened the chest open?
Oh, yeah.
The cop's chest open, like in the prison cell. Like that's a different movie, and I don't remember what it's called. Is it just called Hannibal? Or like
yes, there was one called Hannibal. Now that you say that.
Okay, so I think that one. I'm trying to. Wait, John Carpenter made a vampire movie?
Yeah, I think so.
What? I didn't know that. I'll go look into that.
It was just called Vampires.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I've seen it then. That looks... That
came out in 98, so you might have.
You know what? That does look vaguely familiar. I may have watched that when I was young and just not realized that it was, that it was his work. I also don't know if I would have known who John Carpenter at that time was, because I don't really think I really realized who John Carpenter was until John Carpenter of Mars.
What?
Oh my God, different. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
What?
Just ignore me. Just pretend like I didn't say that. No one heard that. No one heard that. Ignore me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I said don't look at me. I know you're looking at me. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. I'm already embarrassed enough.
I'm not looking at you.
You are. Okay, you're looking. Yes, you are, because you're looking at me through the camera. You mean the Thing, like John Carpenter, as in like John Carpenter, the Thing director, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what are you doing? Are you focusing more on my trauma?
What?
Are you zooming in on my trauma or something? What is going on? He's messing with something on the camera and I'm stressed.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay, you're zooming in on my trauma.
No.
Yeah,
Look
you
at the screen. You're fine.
I'm not looking at the screen.
You can look at the darn screen.
I don't want to look at the screen.
Okay.
I don't want to. Listen, sometimes I'm dumb, okay? And I associate things with the wrong things.
Never made you small again.
Yay! Well, thank you guys. Oh, God. I'm so embarrassed that I did that. Now I'm imagining a space vampire John Carpenter movie. Not the not the filmmaker, but like the character. All right. Let's get this into place. I think this one goes on this side. Correct. Yes. Snug fit. All right, gluing time. I'm gonna, how long have we been going? I think, okay, we're gonna glue these really fast and hope the camera doesn't time out on me. It's not a big deal. If it does, I can just turn it back off and turn it back on again. But I'm gonna switch over to face cam in a second after we get these treads glued into place. Man, tanks are so cool. This is why I like building the scale model versions too. I mean, I talked about it yesterday. I still want scale model versions of 40K tanks. I want GW to partner with, I don't know, Bandai or something, since they do the Star Wars ones. Surely they could handle some 40K tanks. They would never do that, though. That'd be too cool. Okay, so that's one with its treads. Now it can drive around, back up, do a 2,000 point turn. Exactly. Exactly. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. See, Jared Blair has the exact mindset that I like. Nothing happened. I love Dracula 3000. It's so dumb. It's so bad. Oh my god. Like, I don't love it in a, like, it's a good movie, but, like, it's so bad. But in a, I kind of find it in a fun sort of way. There we go. That's the proper one to go into that side. Tank driving adventure days in the US? Not that I've heard of. And if they do, where and how do I sign up? I want to drive a tank. I've been inside of a tank before, because like I've like a museum slash, actually no, it wasn't a museum, I'm sorry. Scratch that, it wasn't a museum at all. It was a gun range. A gun range had a tank on display in like the front, and you could go inside of it. You could also pay a fairly large fee to fire said tank, but and drive it over cars. I don't know if you can do the driving over cars one anymore.
I think so.
Can you? Okay, I wasn't sure.
You have to pay for the use. You have to pay for like the car.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how that works, because I know like
you have to like buy it. You have to pay for the junker.
I see. Well, because I wasn't sure, because I know like monster trucks don't really, like monster truck shows, from my understanding, modernly in the US.
It became too costly. You can pay for it still.
I see. Okay. Just it's at your cost, as opposed to like they just keep them on hand anymore.
Basically.
I think, yeah, because like back in the day when we first did it, I think they just kept them on hand for if somebody wanted to do it, because like cheap metal used cars were like, well, cheap and easily pick upable, but now like they're harder and harder to find, so they don't really keep them on hand as much for it. Yeah, exactly. Like a 172 scale Lehman Russ would look super cool. I would like, and the great thing is like the reason that I want it is because a lot of the, especially the early Warhammer tanks, are just based off of existing, oftentimes British tanks. Like the Lehman Russ is based off of an existing tank. I think it's like the Mark IV or something like that, or the Mark I. I can't remember now which, but like one of the early like World War I tanks, I believe. It's based off of. The Rhino's based off of some tanks. I know a couple of them are based off of, I think, US tanks as well, all from, you know, the World War I, World War II era, predominantly, but like, because I don't know if they've... I don't actually know about the Primaris tanks modernly. I don't know if those... Okay, I didn't think so. I thought those ones were mostly just... going sci-fi because they're all hover tanks and nonsense like that. I don't get me wrong, I love a good hover vehicle, but I want tanks to have treads. Okay, part of what I feel like makes a tank is the treads, is the big chonky treads, and so it makes me sad that they don't have them. I don't think, no, the Leman Russ is definitely not the Russian T-34. That's not what they based it off of. Okay, maybe that's what it is. The Land Raider is the Mark IV.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Leman Russ is the T-34, though. I'm pretty sure...
The Leman Russ is a bastard child of, 3 designs. It might have some T-34.
Maybe it does have some T-34 in it then, but I thought it was based off of, I thought it was based more off of, a specifically either American or British tank. Oop, there goes the camera like I thought it was. All right, well, thankfully I just got the treads on, so let me switch over to that. Ha ha ha, press the button on the stream deck. I'm very tickled by this new tool. I'm tickled by a lot of the new tools that I have, actually. Oh, speaking of, one of the other things that I can talk about, because I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that during the P.O. Box run, one of the things I absolutely cannot discuss on YouTube. It is too spicy for YouTube. And there's a number of other things actually that I picked up that are also still way too spicy to talk about on YouTube. But one of them that I did pick up that is technically still for the spicy side of my content, but is completely valid to speak about online. I have a room dedicated to the spicy content, okay?
Your OnlyFans room is finally coming together. You can say the word.
Can I say OnlyFans? Okay, I wasn't sure if I could. I wasn't.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Don't bash it over the head.
Okay, so the OF room is finally going to be coming together in the way that I have been hoping it is going to be coming together, because one of the things that I was sent is a fainting couch, and I know that sounds silly, but you have no idea how convenient that is going to make posing. Good God, I am so excited. And it means also I can finally put the room together. I'm so excited. There will be a tour on OnlyFans that I will be putting out once I get it actually situated. Currently, it is sitting down in its box still in front of my doorway because I got home last night at 7:30 or something like that. It was a long drive back. I had so much traffic. Holy moly. But it is here, and I can't wait to assemble it. Wait, they named Leman Russ after a Russian phrase for beloved Russia? That doesn't make sense considering they're the Viking themed troop or chapter. I'll take your word for it, but that's true. BattleTech does have a lot of armor with some IRL cross pollination. Absolutely. That would also be something I would love to see in scale model form, by the way, going back to wanting to see 40k tanks in scale model form. I would love to see BattleTech mechs in gun plus scale form. Because I think that would look really rad. Imagine, and I know that there are some armor, scale armor kits out there that are not gun plus specifically, but they are also not BattleTech. And I don't know, does Armor Core
Yes.
do they make kits?
Yes.
Okay. I need to look into.
I showed you one the other day.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's why I think it was in my head. I was I remember feeling like I saw this or was shown this or something recently. I might need to pick some of those up because that would actually be really cool. And I feel like that's the closest thing I'm going to get to a BattleTech scale model kit would be Armored Core, because I know it's not identical, Does Mech Warrior do
I
scale
don't know.
model kits? I wonder. That I'll have to look into. Oh, is that what happened? So there was a group of Vikings called the Rus that settled in Russia. Okay. The Rogel Dorn looks like an M26 perishing tank. What's that one? When's that one from? The M26 perishing. Because I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't remember from what like era it is. And I'm not like super versed in my modern wars because I didn't get that actually in high school. Like I never took my world history class ended up being like so I took world history in 9th grade, but I moved from one state into a new state between 9th and 10th grade. And in the school I was at for my freshman year, when I was in 9th grade, split world history into 2 years. And they did basically the first half of world history, so basically up until the Renaissance, or just before the Renaissance. That's where they cut it off. That was the first class. Second class was going to be the Renaissance forward. Never got that Renaissance forward class moved, but they counted the first class that I took as my world history credit. So I never had to take world history again. So I never actually got all of world history. And I was never encouraged in any way by anyone in my life at that time to look into it solo. So I never did, and therefore I never learned any of that until much, much later. So all of that stuff is very, very new to me. New to me. I almost choked on my own spit, sorry. Yes, Tiny Heresy all day. We will be going until probably about 5 or so.
Yeah, that's what we agreed to earlier.
Yeah. Barring I don't just like completely become blatantly illogical from, I don't know, fatigue or something. But we should be fine. All right, let's go ahead and start getting some of these guns into place. I can probably do this, by the way. Turn that back on. Switch us over. There we go. All right, so we need to clean up a little bit of sprue stuff here. Hello, Cool Bro. It is lovely to see you in chat. Cool Bro says hello to you as well, Cece.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm live, by the way, Devin, live most Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Generally starting between 1 and 2 and then going until roughly 4 or 5, depending on what day it is and like what we're doing. But that's normally when you can find me. I've been fairly consistent about that. Occasionally I will add in some random evening streams as well. But those are a little bit more impromptu. And tend to be more video game focused because like it's me trying to finish getting through Rogue Trader. Although right now I really just want to focus on getting these little tiny armies built. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, I'm gonna butcher your name, my friend. I am so sorry. Caroliat or Carial? Leah? Carrie Leah? Thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry I messed up your name, but it's lovely to have you as part of the community. He is a very cool guy, although I don't know if we've never really discussed like tattoos too much on him. He also doesn't have any. Neither of us do.
I'm not opposed to it. I just don't think I'm a cool enough looking person for them.
He's so wrong for that. Or he's so wrong about that, rather. He is a very cool looking person.
I'm just giving you...
I understand. I am just expressing my opinion about how cool I think you are. All right. I see. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this into place first. Do a little bit of a double tack. Doesn't need to be too strong or anything. We've got plenty of glue in there. I'm gonna do that. Let's get it on the other one as well. Okay, I kind of flooded that a little bit, so I don't think I need to do a double tap. I think it'll be wet enough to definitely adhere. There we go. There we go. See? Chat says that you sound cool as hell based on voice and personality alone. He doesn't take compliments very well, chat, so don't worry. He is very flattered. He just doesn't believe that he is cool despite the fact that I tell him that all the time. But yeah. I really appreciate you guys. I actually really do, because one of the things that I try to make sure that Chaos Cultist knows is that chat in the community knows that he exists and he is a major part.
I will leave.
No, I just appreciate you. Thank you for the $2 donation, Havman. Tats or not CC is totally a cool enough person. I appreciate you. Oh, you guys are great. Thank you for helping me embarrass him publicly.
You will pay for this later.
I know I will, but I don't care. Because it makes me very happy. Because you deserve compliments. Because you work really hard and you do a lot for me. And he will deny that, but it's super true.
I'm a lazy bum.
He's not a lazy bum. Chat, tell him he's not a lazy bum. He literally does all of my editing. He makes all my thumbnails. Like, he's not a lazy bum. See, he's the Lord of Tech. Exactly. I need to get him red robes and give him make him a Magos. Or what's above a Magos? The
Arch Magos?
Yeah, the Arch Magos. Little guns. Look at the little las cannons. They're so cute. Honestly Baked, thank you for the $2 donation. What are UNCC's top 4 favorite factions? Ooh. Are we talking just 40k, or are we talking in Games Workshop as a whole? Because if it's just 40k, that's a little bit of a different answer than as a whole. Clarify that for me first, and then Honestly Baked, I will absolutely have both of us answer your question.
For me, it is the Bealton Eldar. It is the Dark Elves under Malekith in not the end times, but the period right before that. I have a personal fondness for modern Cadia following the fall, and thinking about the fourth one. Probably just the Blood Angels.
I was gonna say, you haven't mentioned the Blood Angels. You can't tell me that they're not in your top 4. Okay, pick one more 40k one, because it was, because originally the question was about 40k, but they were saying now they want to hear all of the GW product. How about this? Who do you like to play in Blood Bowl?
I've been playing Orcs and enjoying that the most just because I like the Krunk.
Nice, excellent. Okay, so for me, it's going to be Death Guard for probably my 40k pick. I am oh God, for Warhammer Fantasy Battles, it's really tough because I actually like aesthetically, especially too many of them. But I would have to say that like, I honestly think my ultimate favorite is probably the vampire counts. I am a sucker for bloodsuckers. And I can't deny it. I will never deny it. I will love them forever. Then I would say for Blood Bowl, for me, I really like the Necromantic Horrors. As much as I enjoyed my vampire team that I used recently in the tournament that I was part of for the Hobby Collabs channel, I do think the Necromantic Horror team appealed to me just a little bit more. There was a little bit more diversity, and I feel like out of the box it was a little bit easier to play, and I think that's really where my like feeling like that comes from. But I mean, anything with vampires, I'll just eat it up. I also really like the Bretonians and the Tomb Kings. I can't deny that. And Empire, they're so good. Also, anything with Slaanesh is great. Anything with Nurgle is great. I have too many favorites. I have a hard time picking. I can't. People ask me all the time like my favorites and things, and I actually have a really hard time like actually giving a good answer and I tend to just default to Death Guard and leave it at that because it's the army that I've played the longest. It's the army that I've painted the most of as well. And it's literally what my Legion army is going to be as well as I'm doing more Death Guard. So I would say they're definitely my top. But like, I can't deny the Emperor's Children. I love Fulgrim so much. In the process of reading that book, we'll finish it at some point. Just haven't been because I've been reading too much Rogue Trader.
Yeah.
But like, gosh, there's just so many. I also really like the Lizardmen. They're also great. And I like them actually in Age of Sigmar. I'm actually very fond of the current Lizardman Seraphon faction for Age of Sigmar. Also, their Underworlds little grouping of dudes was really fun. There's like 2 different ones that I think no, it was just the one. But the Lizard, like the Seraphon unit for Underworlds that came out several years ago, great. We have the Treads on. When you have a moment, I need you to pick one more gun for me. Actually, I guess 2 more options. It's the 17A and 17D on this page, please. It's basically the big turret and then the side sponsons.
Yeah, it's the battle cannon. And at this point, I'm actually going to put heavy bolters on it.
Okay, so heavy bolters on the sides, on both sides, and then the
normal battle cannon.
Normal battle cannon. Okay, so the Malkador battle cannon, not the Vanquisher. That makes sense because that's more of a tank, anti-tank gun.
Yep.
And I don't think I'm gonna have. I mean, I'll have some tanks, but I don't think I'm gonna have like that many.
I want to have some heavy bolters. I need some anti-infantry.
Oh, I understand that. RJ, I do have a Discord, but it's not a public one. You have to join my Patreon in order to get access to it, which you can do for as low as I think $3 at the Nurgling tier, and that still gets you access to the Discord. But I don't keep it open to the public because I personally do not have a huge amount of time to be on there because of just everything that I do. And so I tend to be on at least once a week to check in on things, post things, see how things are going. If I've got like a big project going, then I do tend to be on there a little bit more regularly, but I check it at least once a week, but I do not have it open to the public for that reason. It's a Patreon exclusive thing because that's literally mainly what I do for my patrons, other than having them shout out, of course, at the end of videos. But regards to like extra content, they get a little bit more direct contact with me and are able to share things more directly with me that I'll actually see and respond to more so than like if people are just sending me or tagging me things on like Instagram, for example. Because I'm a busy lady. I was thinking about it the other day of all the things that I like go through, and I was like, wow. People don't sometimes think about that when they want to start this job. So something to keep in mind if you want to get into YouTube or like streaming or doing other things, like there's a lot that goes into it. It's a lot of fun, but it is very time consuming. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's too many. I do like the early tanks with the fuel tanks on the outside. Like, that is really cool. Like, this little... there you are. Sorry, we moved the camera a little bit. Like, this little fuel tank at the end, it's... I haven't built any... I built one larger scale Horus Heresy era tank from the Horus Heresy game. Too many words, too many H's. I'm stumbling all over myself. However...
Nope, you're stumbling.
Sorry. It wasn't... The weed wasn't what was causing me to stumble. It's just that my brain is fried a little bit. This has been a very busy week. Actually, the last 2 weeks have been weirdly busy for me. But what I was saying is I've only built one tank from Horus Heresy. And I still even feel like compared to these little tanks that I'm building from Legions Imperialis, which I want to refer to as Epic, but now that I know that Epic is actually still even smaller than this, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's not technically Epic scale then, is it? But like, these ones are so detailed and they have so many more like bits that do legitimately remind me of real world tanks, because I have built a number of different eras of real world tanks when it comes to scale models. Like, I have done some slightly more modern, like, I've not done like super modern. Like, I haven't built any... I don't actually know what the name of current modern tanks is. But, like, I haven't built any, like, super modern tanks, but, like, I have built a Merkava. I think that's, like, the most modern that I have built currently. And then everything else has been older. It's been either, like, World War II or World War I. And there's something so charming about a good World War I or World War II tank. Just love them so very much. Oh, don't worry, Gordon. We take time off. Like, I took a day off on Wednesday, actually. I didn't stream. I didn't work on any projects. I did a little bit of house cleaning. But, like, honestly, I felt really great about that because I needed to. There was, like, the laundry you guys had piled up too much and I had to take care of some of it. I was also... my, like, closet was desperately in disrepair and I fixed it and it's... so much nicer now.
Have your phone.
Yes. There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't think it... did it log in? Do you know it? Okay. Good! Ooh, a flamethrower tank? That sounds fun. Okay. Cannons. Malkador battle cannon, number 20. I got distracted. Also, turn that back on. Boop. It's gonna take, like, weeks. Multiple streams at minimum for that to wear off even remotely.
Oh, the swapping.
The swapping, yes.
We had like animation.
I know. I can't wait. All right, battle cannon number 20. Oh, I think this is all... oh my god, is this gonna rotate? I think this rotates.
It should. It's a...
well, none of the other ones have, but this has like a topper, unlike the other ones. So I think it will... I think it'll be able to pivot in the same way that the... what? Pivot! Pivot! Ah, okay. Got it, Alex. I know what the rhino is, but I don't know how it specifically got its name. Like, canonically. Like, I assume you're talking about in regards to the in-canon lore of why they called it the rhino. I know a lot of the tanks and some of those things were used to be construction vehicles. Does it have something to do with that? Like, was it for, like, was it a, like a ram type of vehicle for construction or something? Ooh, did it have a big, like, drill on the front of it, perhaps? And, like, so it looked like a rhino horn? RJ, the only way that you can get an invite to the Discord is if you sign up for my Patreon, and it will automatically send you one. You have to put your Discord information into Patreon, and it'll send you the invite link that way. And if that doesn't work, then message me on Patreon, and I can get you the link through there. But I only send the link via Patreon messages because it is supposed to be a private Discord channel for only patron members. And if you have signed up and it hasn't automatically done that, like I said, message me, and after the stream is over, I'll go ahead and take care of that for you. Unfortunately, I don't want to like pull it up during the middle of the stream in case I don't want to accidentally like show off passwords or anything like that. But yeah, the only way to get an invite to the Discord is if you sign up for Patreon. One of the exclusive benefits for them. Okay, so that goes like that. Does it twist? I think it does, but I think I need to clean this up a little bit. The Rhino is an in real life British FV432 APC. No, the American named it as we added horns and spikes on the front in combat for mine clearance. Oh, okay. Very cool. I did not know that. There we go. And then I'm going to use a little bit of this to buff out those rough edges. Okay, I think that should be good. This should hopefully rotate a little bit better now. Let's see. Oh yeah, much cleaner. All right, let's do the same thing on this one because again, I thought I had done a good enough job, but evidently not. There's a little bit rough. Yeah, sorry RJ. It's not a public server or anything like that. There we go. Okay, now how does this... So this piece sits like that, and then... Okay, yes, this will be able to rotate. So I don't want to glue anything there. I just want to glue a little bit onto this, basically like that little gap right there. That little dip, that little bowl, if you will. That's where we want to put our glue. And only where we want to put our glue. I guess a little bit on the back would be fine too. Because that will be... cool. Love it. And then this one, like that. And now we still have our rotation. Lovely. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna... Let's see if I can loosen that and lower this gun a little bit. So that was a little bit of a cleaner movement. Come on, slide. Slide. You can do it. I know I loosened you. Now slide for me. There we go. A little bit more. Oh, so close. It's almost a clean movement, but not quite. There we go, that's better. It was bumping the turret a little bit, so I reactivated it and slid it more forward. Since it's got one of those gaps. But now look, it's got a little movie turret like my tank.
Nice.
Pew, pew. Okay, we need to move this one now. Oh, that's cool. Apparently, the company DOS Work, yeah, the Work is coming out with a 1/16th scale plastic model of the German Leopard 28.
Oh, geez, that's
2A7V. Yeah, it's gonna be massive.
Like
a 1/27th scale or 1/16th scale. Sorry.
Like
that's gonna be massive. Isn't the Leopard a humongo tank?
Well, I'm working from the assumption that, like, the Leopard was, like, 32... It was, like, 10 yards long or something, right? 10
I
meters
think so,
long.
yeah.
So that means if it's 1/16th, the tank itself is... It's going to be, like, the size of one of those, like, ships.
Oh, damn!
Like, I think, like, from nose to tail, you're looking at probably somewhere between 2 to 3 feet, right?
I would think so, yeah.
I don't know, like, off the top of my head, how, you know, what the actual length of a tiger was, other than big.
Oh my gosh, that's so wild. I kind of want to build it.
You have nowhere to put them.
I know I have nowhere to put it, but, like, imagine how cool, like, I could put it in the garage.
As soon as you finish every other project.
Okay. You got it. Okay, this is... I fixed it. Pew, 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 pew.
Just so you know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure is a...
I have Infinity Nikki, thank you.
I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate that, but Sanrio has never actually been, like...
I just saw it looking at Steam.
Nice. But unpunch. Leopard 2 is probably the world's best tank. My goodness. I'm sure there's going to be somebody in chat who will argue with you about that, the bobbins.
Are you listening to Skyrim?
No, I have like a 40K playlist or something going.
It started to sound like Bill Buck.
Oh, because you, like, RJ, you're talking about, like, you want to get a pre-built one because you have no interest really in the building process, but you'd love to be able to paint, like, a tank or something like that. You know, it is kind of strange that that doesn't exist, but I feel like... I think what ends up happening in those instances is a lot of people will either
3D print.
Yeah, they'll either 3D print them modernly, and I think what used to happen is a lot of people would occasionally build their tanks but never actually get to the painting process of their tanks.
Yep.
And so they would then just sell the built tank. And then you could people would purchase those and use that for their...
They still float around on...
Yeah, I'm like, I would recommend maybe checking out like Facebook Marketplace or eBay or something like that, because I bet you can find somebody out there who built a perfectly sound and you know, complete and correct tank and or other scale model kit, but has no real interest in painting it, or like maybe they've been sitting on it for ages and have just lost interest in it or whatever, but like I bet you could find something to paint. I mean, it's a 3 feet long. I mean, it's a 3 feet long scale tank, though. It's not. I mean, obviously, like a real 3 foot long tank wouldn't be that impressive, of course.
I don't know if it was fully functional.
I mean, that's true. Like I have seen. I actually have.
Work, you know, that'd be impressive.
That would be. I do have a motorized Mark.
M4.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a motorized M4 that at some point I want to build, but it's literally you're building the engine from scratch, and I'm like, oh.
You have to, well, it's not the engine from scratch. You have to build the gearbox.
Yeah, sorry.
Transmission.
I have to build the transmission, and I'm like, oh, I've never done that before, and that's a little intimidating sounding. I'm gonna wait. Aren't they cute? They're so small. It's so tiny, but so detailed. Okay, we're not quite finished. We do have the turrets on, which is great. We need to now put. Do you just want these all closed-topped like the other ones?
Yes, please.
Okay. Closed-topped it is. Easy peasy. Easy, works for me. So number 27. And then you said the heavy bolters, correct?
For the sides.
For the sides, yeah. The Malkador heavy bolter cannons. Or just heavy bolters. I read auto cannon, las cannon, and then heavy bolter and combine them all into one. 26 is what I need. And 26. 4 heavy bolters of the Malkador variety. Which I assume is just referencing scale.
Yeah, it's probably versions made specifically for it.
Yeah, because like I know that like the Lehman Russ also was called Lehman Russ Heavy Bolters, and I'm like, as opposed to a normal heavy bolter, like what makes it a Lehman Russ beyond just being on the Lehman Russ? Turns out it's actually a heavy bolter with Lehman Russ's name carved into it because it's actually just the Primarch's heavy bolter. Would Russ use a heavy bolter? I can't imagine.
Not traditionally.
Like I was gonna say, like not normally, right? Because like that feels like a very not Space Wolfy thing to do. Okay, I see how this goes on. First things first, let's get the cap or the top of the tank on. The hatch is the word I was looking for. Boop. And number 2, boop. Cool. And now we shall glue the sponsons in. And let's make sure to not glue it in upside down. The Adeptus Mechanicus who built this tank wasn't paying attention and put the turrets in upside down. Do you want the, where do you want the side guns facing? Like, do you want them just like facing out, facing more forward, more backwards? Like, do you want it like, okay, so a little bit more forward.
Yeah, more forward, but not directly forward.
You got it. Lovely. Do the other side now. Re-wet that because I didn't get it in fast enough. All right, let's go ahead and use the tweezers. Sort of jab that in place. Nope. There you go. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Let's do the other one. I wish I had a drive large enough to fit a real tank in it. Also, I wish I had $50,000 to just throw it. I have a yard, but not quite large enough to stick a tank, unfortunately. But wouldn't that be so cool? That's a goal for the potential future hobby night, like, studio, like, separate from where I live, kind of, like, if the business were to get that expansive or something. Nope, that's the wrong direction, Angel. What did we say about upside down? Guns. Denied. They are denied here. There we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, we're in place. Is that it? Ta-da!
Nice.
All right, so the tanks for the guard, at least, are built, which is lovely.
Yes, I've also picked what their paint scheme is going to be.
Nice. What are you gonna do for them?
I have decided to go with the Siphon Elevati.
Ooh, nice. What does that look like?
They were the Legio that got usurped is not the right word, but absorbed by the Blood Angels.
Ah, very cool. Very fitting.
They were predominantly made up of aspirants for the Blood Angels who just didn't quite make it.
Ah, okay, very cool. That's awesome. That's gonna be really fun and probably fairly straightforward for you to paint because it's a color scheme you're familiar with, I imagine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, dude, really cool, bro. That's so awesome. Somebody about 2 miles from you has a big industrial military dump truck in their driveway, painted up yellow like a Tonka truck. That's so cool.
That's cute.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god, I could intimidate my neighbors out of their gardens if I had one. True.
That is true.
It's true. Very true. You put the little Lehman Russes on the Lehman Russ.
Yes.
My Lehman Russ
I
carries
heard you like Lehman Russes, so I put Lehman Russes on your Lehman Russes. So when you're hunting for Lehman Russ, you can show them the Lehman Russes on your Lehman Russes.
Oh my god, I kind of love it. It's kind of adorable, actually. I think because we're at a good pause portion, because I just finished a build, and then I think the next thing we're gonna start working on is probably infantry. Actually, we'll probably do Ogren. We'll probably do, well, I mean, they're still infantry. Technically, those are still infantry. But I want to get the Ogren built first, and then we'll start building all the little guys. Which isn't actually going to be too painful. It's just a little tedious.
Sorry.
But it's not. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. But I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to pop downstairs. I'm going to grab myself some chips because I finally bought myself some chips, and I've been jonesing for them for like a week.
Maximum.
Absolutely jonesing for them. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab some of those. It is currently, I don't know. I don't have my phone. There it is. It is 2:40. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll be back at 2:50, or whatever your regional equivalent is, because I know not all of you are in Pacific Standard Time.
That's why I need that the timer button.
Oh my God, yes. Yes, actually, that's great. That would be great. I would love an AFK button with a timer, like a countdown. Especially if, because like I'm trying to get into more consistent 10-minute breaks. So like that would be wonderful. But yes, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. everybody. I have returned.
The conversation we had downstairs, it makes me miss
Yeah.
my first,
Thank you.
you're welcome. My first professional job's kitchen.
Mmm.
And I don't mean the cafeteria.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the breakfast kitchen in my studio.
Yes.
So for context for what this is my first job in the video games industry was during the dog ages of Facebook. Actually, I guess it would be the golden age of Facebook now when things weren't terrible. I worked at Zynga, and I did not work on Farmville. I worked across the hallway from Farmville. I worked on Cityville.
Woo!
And later Chefville and a few other projects that weren't released. But because this was the golden dawn of Facebook, social media, money bullshit, every studio, and each studio was dedicated to one of the company's main games, had its own kitchen, because each studio had like 100 to 150 employees, so of course there's a kitchen for each one. But each kitchen was themed.
Yes.
And Cityville's was breakfast.
Yep, so you had a bunch of like really tasty sugary cereals.
So we had a lot of tasty sugary cereals. We also had all of the fancy San Francisco
like organic,
like healthy stuff, every type of not milk you can imagine.
That's true, they did do that, didn't they?
Yes, yeah. The floor beneath us had, and this was the floor when I went to Chefville, was the candy floor.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. The candy floor was terrible for me because every time I visited, I just ate too many Skittles.
Oh, yeah. And there was literally the way they do barrels of candy. Obviously, there's probably a false bottom, but for practical purposes, there was unlimited candy. And this isn't even talking about the, free bars.
Oh, my God. The number of times that he would message me in the middle of the day and be like, happy hour started. I'm having a margarita. I'm like...
That's Thursday. It was Thursday. Thursdays on Cityville was margarita.
Okay, well, I felt like...
Machines began at 2 o'clock.
Which is ridiculous. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You don't need margaritas yet. I'm going to build the Sentinels first. That is my next thing, because I realized that you not only have Ogren,
yeah,
but you have some Atheon Heavy Sentinels, and I'm going to build those.
Yeah, something's got to counter your dreadnoughts.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I saw how hard it is to counter my dreadnoughts.
Those were Lehman Russ battle tanks.
Okay, and you have 4 of those.
As of tomorrow, I will have actually 20.
Oh, did you order...
I told you. You were possibly inebriated and half asleep, but I did tell you.
Okay, well then why don't you tell chat what you ordered then?
Because you remember so well, do you think I tell the story better? Is that what it is?
No, I don't remember what you ordered entirely, so please remind me.
Beautiful. So I ordered another camera bracket, by the way.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
One that's it's still the same make that does the little grip like that, but it has an extension. So theoretically, if we want to have that camera lower, we could.
Which might be very good for certain painting and or
That was my thought. So yeah, the first thing just to show you, which has nothing to do with it, is it's that.
Got it. Okay, that's sick.
So that's just basically another option for that. / for this, I don't know. I do want to figure out what we want to do about this camera. And I don't mean this physical camera, but I mean we need a face camera at this table.
I agree.
I really like this camera being used for it, but I don't want it to be permanently here.
Agreed.
I also want to figure out what to do about that thing, because the 30-minute limit is obviously becoming
a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it really, especially if I want to continue to do these longer format streams, which I know I personally have been enjoying, and I feel like you guys in chat have been enjoying it as well.
Honestly, for this, it might really just come down to either getting another one of these, or just...
Honestly, what I've actually been thinking is getting another one of those, and maybe putting that here. Because that works really well as a face cam.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking, because remember, we've seen how well this thing's depth of field is.
I mean, so is that one, though. That one also, that's the thing, though, is that one is, too. Because every time I would hold up, when we used to bring that over for this exact same purpose, right now, because this one is so mobile, like the DJI that we're currently using, like the one that I'm pointing at, that making it look like I'm pointing and accusing chat of things. That one, I feel like because it is so mobile, mobile, I don't feel like a second one. I mean, the face tracking is like, for me, it's not the depth of field that really makes that one as valuable in this position. It's if we were to turn face tracking on and I was like moving around behind the desk or something, it would follow me. Actually, I don't know if you can like demonstrate that.
Let's see, that rotational speed.
I think you just have to draw a square over my face.
It's not letting me.
Oh, is it not letting you? Okay.
No,
I don't know if it's because of like OBS or not.
Well, it's in webcam mode, so
it may not do it in the webcam mode. There was a mode it didn't do it. Webcam might have been what it was. It may just be
try moving. No, I think it's
it's definitely not tracking me.
To it, yeah. But I think that's because it's in webcam mode.
Alex, I'll get a margarita for you the next time that I'm out at a restaurant that does margaritas. I will admit. Man. Where is the pen, by the way? Oh, cool. Can I have it?
No. Okay. You said you were going to work on not doing it as much on streams. Mostly because you get zoned out.
I've actually been a lot better about the zoning out today has nothing. Okay, it has nothing to do with this. It has entirely to do with the fact that my body is trying to destroy me from inside. So it's fine.
Fair enough.
It is fine.
So what I ordered that has to actually do with your original question is I bought the Lehman Russ Strike Squadron, which is 8 Lehman Russes.
Okay.
So it's 2 squads.
So did you buy 2 of those then?
No.
Because you said you have then how are you getting 20 of them? Because that's only 16.
Because I also bought the Solar Auxilia Battle Group.
Oh.
Which I did tell you.
Yes. I understand now. Also, Alex, I read your message, but I realized I didn't actually thank you for the kroners. I remember what it's called for the 200 kroners. I really appreciate you, and we will definitely have a margarita at the next restaurant that I go to that does margaritas.
But yeah, I also got
it's
this box.
It's upside down.
Well,
oh no, wait, no, it's just you're never mind. I'm sorry, the text is just backwards. That's what it was making me think it was upside down. Lovely. Yes, I remember you showing me this now, and I forgot.
Yeah, so I got the battle box, which, you know, for Warhammer 40K, it's $150 even on Amazon right now, and you know, $150
for that much is not bad at all. No, absolutely not. Now, you also mentioned you haven't bought the other book that you said that we need, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right.
Well, also because there's some websites with the rules, but basically what it is like a lot of everything that wasn't in like the basic box set, they didn't really publish rules for.
So,
for example, if you want like bikes, I don't think the core rule book has the rules for bikes.
I see.
Because they were introduced in like the first wave of campaign stuff.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I have the same problem with my Medusas. My Medusas can't be... I don't know if these Mondo tanks your Kratoses.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if my Kratoses are even...
your Kratoses are in the main book. So,
I wouldn't be surprised by that.
You'll either have to buy the physical copy or buy the digital version from Games Workshop.
Right, on their silly app. Because heaven forbid they make their rules free.
Like I said, and unfortunately, there isn't a large enough community for this, so, like, while there's some wikis with rules...
Yeah, it's not the same thing that, like, where Blood Bowl has a bunch of, like, free apps that, like...
Exactly.
That just are like, here are all the rules because... Screw GW and their stupid...
1D4chan with, like, everything that is up to date with current 40K.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I had a conversation with my wife, who apparently isn't here right now, last night, and I told her how Originally in 2025, I had a plan to start Imperial Guard in 40K.
Oh, and I remember this portion of the conversation.
And then I told her that, like, I decided I was going to transition that actually into building out my the guard in Legion Imperialis, just because
makes sense.
It's not so much about like playing with the guard. I just want the army.
Yeah, and I actually remember during this conversation, he's acting like I don't remember this portion.
Because you didn't.
I do, because I remember saying to you that, oh, okay, I'm gonna.
I'm dramatically zoomed in.
Okay, well, you're dramatically zoomed in on just my mouth.
So, see if I can fix that.
Okay.
There, okay.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
The mouth is completely out of shot now.
Excellent. That's perfect. That's actually perfect. Okay, so my response to that is I was actually feeling a similar satisfaction in regards to building out this Space Marine army, because Space Marines are actually like one of the armies that I least like to work on when it comes to 40K specifically out of any of the other armies. I think what it comes down, and I was saying this to Chaos Cultist last night during this conversation, he thinks that I don't remember entirely. And it's just that I don't remember what he told me he bought. I remember the rest of the conversation. Was that...
You never remember anything.
I'm trying to be better about it, though. I am working on being better about it. But what I had told him was, one of the problems that I have with 40K is I don't ever feel like I can achieve like either a chapter's worth of an army or even a legion's worth of...
He meant company.
Or sorry, yeah, a company's worth or a... Chapter. Sorry, a company or a chapter.
Legion's the big one. You can't make.
You can't make a legion.
Well, you can, but it would be a lot.
It'd be a lot. I agree. Like, and that's part of my problem with 40K is like it's exorbitantly expensive in order to actually get the scale of having either a full chapter or narratively. Whereas in Legion Imperialis, I'm feeling like I can achieve that without one breaking the bank and also taking up too much space. Like, that's my other big problem with, like, trying to get a full-fledged 40K Space Marine chapter. Like, a narrative force would be, like, it would just be so many miniatures that it would be stupid expensive and take up way too much space, and I just can't justify that. Whereas I feel like I can justify it with these tiny scales. Okay. And it also... I don't personally like painting power armor. I just don't find it... But... At the 32 millimeter scale, I don't think I'm gonna have a problem painting it at this scale because it's tiny and I don't have to worry about details and it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Everybody appreciated your money shot. By the way.
No comment.
Did you see that we have a boy, by the way?
I believe it.
He is on his blanket.
He's upset there's no sun today.
I actually think he has been. I think it's why he was a little bit like weird this morning, actually. Because I think he was thrown off by there not being like the sun. Yeah, the sun coming in. Because he and I are both on, like, we're both plants, actually. We're both secretly plants. Hello, Sean. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today, sir? Exactly. I completely agree with you, Havman. It is one of the many reasons he's great. Oh, something that I decided I wanted to do after you guys tried to claim that drop bears yesterday didn't exist. And I proved you wrong by showing you a drop bear. I'm actually going to paint those little drop bears up on a stream in the next upcoming weeks, because I was sent the second and third waves of the Duncan Rhodes Tooth and Coats line of paints via, like, not, like, Duncan wasn't the one who contacted me directly or anything like that, but it was somebody on his team from, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, hold on. Check. All right. I want to see, I believe it is Transatlantic Games, I think, is who publishes Tooth and Coats. Yes. So one of the reps from Transatlantic Games reached out to me after he saw one of my videos where I called out the Tooth and Coats line and asked me if I need any replacements or anything. And I talked to them about doing some work with them. And so I want to do an upcoming live stream. I'm just trying to get back over to OBS without opening a second instance of OBS and freaking my computer out. And
if you click the scene button, maybe.
Oh, I was wondering if that would work, but I didn't want to.
If you click the scene you're in, it at least won't do anything, or it'll bring it. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point. I'll test that the next time I go into a different window. Yeah. Because I'm back in OBS now and I don't want to fuss with it. But what I was gonna say is I want to do. So I need to do. I want to do a stream soon featuring some of those new colors. And I kind of wanted to do, because like I feel like what I paint during that isn't really the main focus. It's more using the paints that is the main focus of that. And so I can really paint whatever I want. And I will admit, I have been hankering, especially because I know I'm about to paint some super tiny things. I've actually been kind of excited to paint something like a bust or something larger like that. And while the koalas, or while the drop bears are not exactly a bust, they are kind of that same scale. And also the fur texture on those guys is gonna be really fun. I think it'd be really exciting to dry brush those. And I think using the Duncan Rhodes paints, like the Tooth and Coat paints for dry brushing is really effective. So we're gonna play around with that, and that is going to be something that's coming in the very near future. I do have plans for that happening this month. I don't know if it's gonna end up being next week or the week after, but it will be this month for sure. See, my problem with Space Marine armor is that, like, it's just so uniform. And I know that's part of the point, but that to me is very tedious to paint. Like, I have zero problems painting Chaos Space Marines. I will always be down to paint Chaos Space Marines, but like, I find it like pulling teeth to get me to paint normal Marines, because it's just, there's just something about it that really just does not grok with me on an enjoyment level. Like, of all of the things to paint, that is the one that I feel like is the most work. And I don't know why, because they really should not be that difficult. And it's not even that I find them difficult. There's just something about painting them that becomes emotionally difficult for me. I don't know why. All right, let's continue building my little, let's go and swap over to here. We'll take my lens cap back off, trying to get into better habits with that since I left it on the other day. And then, boop, use the button. Ah, it's so good. You're not wrong. Busts are always fun to play with. They're also very fun to paint. I really do like them. The last one that I actually painted up was from Cromlech. If you guys are familiar with them, they are actually, I can't remember what country now off the top of my head, like where they're located. They're somewhere in the EU, but I don't remember where specifically. But they are a bits manufacturer. They do a lot of resin as well as MDF products. Great stuff. And I have a pirate Captain Orc bust that I did from them. And it was like, they sent it to me. I painted it up. It was so fun. Loved doing that. I actually want, I want to get more orc busts. I want to get more busts in general. What? It's okay.
Sorry, that wasn't even me trying to be cute. That one actually made me laugh.
Oh my god, you guys are so immature. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about boobs.
You keep saying you want to find some busts to play with. What do you want from me?
All of you guys need to get your goddamn heads out of the gutters.
Come on.
For a smidge of a second. No, I'm kidding. I actually love it. It's hilarious. Listen.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. No. I am searching for some busts because I want to paint more of them. I also do want to paint some lady busts. I've seen some very, very, very cool, like not only of like IP characters, like I've seen like a really cool Jinx bust, for example, that I know is like a 3D print, but I've also just seen like some generic sexy ladies, some cool vampire ladies, like it'd be awesome. I'd like to. I have to name my microvac Henry. Okay, I'll put little googly eyes on him too. Okay, let's focus. Chat, we need to actually build some miniatures today. That is our objective.
I hope so. I put together 2 boxes worth in an hour, like, last night.
Okay, well, you didn't have a bunch of people to talk to while you were doing...
No, just you.
No, you couldn't talk to me much. I was driving.
Oh, okay.
That's the wrong side. That's the... What is happening? Why am I messing this up?
So it's by a first-time dev, but there is a game called Blood Bar Tycoon, which is basically like a business manager for a vampire-themed bar.
I'm sorry, excuse me, what?
Yeah.
That sounds amazingly up my alley.
It's a first-time dev, so, you know, grain of salt, but I have the trailer up so you can look up. You know, it's definitely taking something from that, like, 2 points, but there's some Dungeon Keeper in there, because the overworld map was a Dungeon Keeper map.
Yeah, no, it really was.
Once again, it looks... I saw this one, I think it's going to be on Xbox, so...
Okay.
So we don't have to put any money into it.
Oh,
yes, you have 2 bars. You have, like, a human bar, and then you use the human bar to, like, lure people in, to then harvest them for the vampire bar.
Oh my god, that's actually really amazing, and I kind of love it.
I'd play the board game, if nothing else.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, if they made a board game version, I'd also be super into that, but that does sound great. Amazing.
Yes. European dev, I'm not sure. Might be French.
Okay. What was it called?
What was it called? Like, give me a second now. Now that you asked me that, I'm like double guessing myself.
I understand. What is... Hope if you put the right side on there, Angela, you dumbass.
Oh, I tried to get a tank tread onto the wrong side of the tank for way too long.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep accidentally flipping my pieces around, but I do.
It's called Blood Bar.
Oh, it's called Blood Bar. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, that sounded too simple to me at first.
That's why I think I wasn't also remembering it, because I was like, I feel like you did say it, but it sounded like... Honestly, like it wasn't going to be actually available. Like that name shouldn't be available. Oh, chaos models are great fun to collect and as well as to paint. They're also very painful to paint because they're spiky and they will stab you repeatedly, many times as you were painting them. Be warned. I remember when I picked up the Chaos Space Marine like box set from ages ago, back when it was new. Oh my god, why? Why is this so difficult for me to get into place? I don't get it.
Feel like I love you too.
I love you. Why? I can't. Okay, genuinely, like, what am I doing wrong? Which one is not like the others? Please stop spinning. Pieces.
You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round.
Okay, I found the right one. God, that took too long.
And that is what we call bardic inspiration.
Woo! Lindsay, that is completely valid, and I do the same thing with not just Games Workshop miniatures myself. While there are a lot of them that I do play, I will not deny that. I have definitely played the games, and I plan on playing Legion Imperialis. However, I have began so many collections for armies in Warhammer 40k that I will never actually play. Like, zero intention to actually ever field them on the battlefield, but goddamn did they look pretty, and did I just want to get some of those miniatures. You want to know one that's specifically like that? Drukhari.
I think Sisters.
Sisters also. I honestly don't think I ever will actually play Sisters of Battle, like, as a army. Like, as a, yeah, because, like, I just don't find their rule set as currently, like, written, enjoyable to, like, deal with. Like, if they update that or change it in some way to make it feel a little bit more streamlined, to make it feel a little less tedious, then great. But in regards to, like, actually wanting to field them on the battlefield right now, don't actually have any desire to run Sisters. Honestly, the same thing with any Slaanesh model that I've ever bought. I really do not think that Slaanesh... I don't run glass cannon. It's not my type of play style. I find it really, like, awkward to run. Like, I literally play Death Guard as my main army, which is slow, methodical, and tough. That likes to castle and move as a group. And so having, like, speedy units that are glass cannons and can be blown off, like, the board really easily with just a single hit if they happen to get unlucky or something like that, I just don't think emotionally I would deal with it well. And so I don't think I'd be fun to play against as a player of that army, so I just avoid it. That doesn't mean I don't want to buy some of those models and paint some of those models, which I have done. So I completely get that. And there is no shame in that, and don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. Oh, Graham, I'm so sorry to hear that you're feeling down as well. Although I am glad that you were able to get an appointment for mental health. That's great. That's always a really tough thing to start. So, very proud of you. Food Dude, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. It's lovely to have you here. Well, there was a little, like, fiber, a little bit of cat hair. And I figure you might want that to not be in there. And this time it should be a lot easier to put everything together because I put the other side in, so it should just snap there. Look at that. So quick and easy. What is that?
So I do have a potential, like, not long-term series or anything, but co-op game
What's that?
for us. That's out on Xbox.
What's that?
New Sniper Elite is out.
Oh, okay. That could be fun. Wouldn't be opposed to that.
Noted. However, so, for those of you who are not like me and haven't been married to Angela for, like, over 10 years, the response of, oh...
I don't know what Sniper Elite...
That sounds fun. Is a distinct, no, she's not interested in that. I'm not even going to try to...
No, I am interested in it. How dare you? I don't remember what Sniper Elite is specifically.
It's the World War II sniping game where you, like, shoot people through the testicles.
Oh, that one!
Jesse and...
Yes. Okay, that gives me a little bit more context, and yes, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving you the exact name of the product that we've watched people play in the past would be enough context.
I have a bad memory for that kind of thing. I'm so sorry. Like, I really do. I apologize. But no, that actually sounds amazing. No, I have not played Legion Imperialis yet. Don't worry, Devin, I am aware that these models, well, they're not really super on screen right now, but a lot of these models have like one wound, and then they will die immediately. That doesn't bother me so much. Like having, it's the difference between feeling like I've been able to make those models do something before they get blown off the board versus not, and where I understand that in Legion Imperialis, things do get completely taken off the board, and can happen sometimes before you even get to shoot with them, occasionally, sure. But I still feel like, based on the battle reports that I've seen, I do still feel like my units are going to have a fair amount of survivability. Especially if I get them into terrain, etc. Or have them in tanks, that kind of thing. The problem that I have with like Drukhari and Eldar, honestly, and any other, like, and Slaanesh, because it's the same reason I don't run very many Slaanesh units either, is they're so fast and speedy, and I am not good with positioning with fast, speedy units like that I think I would end up losing them before I felt like I was actually getting them to where I wanted them to. Basically, the tactics side of it is a little bit more demoralizing to me on the larger scale, like 25 millimeter scale stuff versus the smaller, larger army scale versions that Legions Imperialis is going to present. I know it's kind of weird sounding and it doesn't necessarily make sense. I apologize, but that's just kind of how it is. Graham, no problem. I hope you are able to get some sleep and you feel well rested when you wake up. I should get myself a couple War Masters in. I have seen some people run some pure Titan games of Legion, and
well, that's just playing Titanicus.
Oh, I guess that would just be well, but they called it Legion Imperialis though in the video.
They were probably running support with things that weren't Titans.
Maybe they did have.
I think if you want to play with anything but Titans, you have to play Legio. But if you play with just Titans, then
you can play Titanicus.
Yeah. Which
I was
is a more
wondering.
In-depth game for the Titans, obviously, you can blow limbs off, and it's 40K meets Mech Warrior a little bit.
I was about to ask because I was like, what is the difference between Titanicus in Legions Imperialis than
It plays a bit like I don't want to say this from experience because I haven't played Titanicus.
Uh-huh.
But my understanding is you manage your Titan more like you would a battle mech.
I understand. That makes a lot of sense to me, so I could definitely like understand that. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 with the 42, 44.
Let me see.
Do you want... Yeah, just pick the legs that you want paired together.
Oh, I see.
Because there's 2 sets. There's 2 left and 2 right legs.
Yeah, just do 2 of each.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured.
I thought it was a weapon choice.
No, it's not a weapon choice. It's just the legs. These guys appear to not get weapon choices. Neither do the Ogrins.
No, they would not.
Actually, I think weapons choice-wise, we're done. Because I don't think
I don't think there's a special weapons squad.
I don't think so either. And at least when I had some, they were like, missile launcher only. It's 1 or nothing.
Yep.
And I assume yours are the same.
Yeah, I have some auxiliaries with flamers.
Mm-hmm.
Some melee boys who will never see actual table use.
What's... Oh, the melee guys?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think they're gonna... I don't know about that. Then again, it might be something where, like, if they station themselves in a building, they're, like, ridiculously hard to move.
I was wondering, I was like, they may be good objective holders if the objective is, like, within one of the buildings or something like that. Okay, there's a 42.
Wow, that is hard to tell the difference.
What?
And the infantry, these are 2 different units.
Oh, yeah. The commander and then the tactical command.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main, like, I
one dude different.
So I have a couple like that as well, where,
Yeah, you should have one group, like, army commander, and then...
Yeah, so, like, these 2 are my command squads for the army, but these guys, these are just, like, the normal Marines, but there's, like, one guy here who has a banner, and then this guy has a power sword. And there's a second squad, each of them like that. And then this one is, I believe, I don't remember if it's Meltas or Plasma, but there's like one command because he's got a sword.
Yeah, there's support groups that you can have.
And then, yeah, and then I have the jump pack assault squad.
Yep. There's supports, I know.
And then the missile launchers. That's what this one came with. Okay. Flip it back over to what I was doing. So I just clipped out 42. So I'm going to pair that with 43.
What an idea.
My gosh. So that will be one set. Then I will do 44 and 45. As another one. And then I'm going to do the opposite. And then I'm going to do 42 and 44. Or 42 and 45 probably. Yeah, 42 and 45 because 44 would be the same. So 42, 45. There's another one. And then boop, these 2. 44 and 43. Okay. And then honestly, we should just clip out all the guns now. Let's see, 46 goes on the right. 47. Okay, and then let's get them off the other side as well. 46 and 47. There they are. Oop. And 7 on the left. Okay. Those are all the pieces for our sentinel. Get that out of the way, clean up our space a little bit. And I will switch back over to desktop. Bam! The melee units for Exilius are the best. Here purely for the LI content, so excited for you guys and you're starting the epic journey. I'm really excited for it actually as well. It's one of those things of when I first got announced, I originally was planning on picking it up just for the painting challenge because I looked at it and was like, man, I was never around in Games Workshop fandom at the time when Epic, or like when it was called Epic, was actually around. And by the time I got into it, I think it had really like just, it was gone.
Wait, it was dying by the time I was in.
Yeah, and so like by the time I got in, which was like a couple years after he did, actually like more than that, it was definitely out. So when they announced Legion Imperialis, I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. I know finding the old Legion stuff is kind of expensive and or it's also like mostly painted already. And I don't want to deal with like scrapping somebody else's paint job and redoing it on my own. I'd rather just work on these new higher fidelity models. Because I think it would be a really fun challenge to try painting something super small. Because when these were first announced, I had at that point already painted a bust. I'd done some large tanks. We had painted a knight. So I've done some larger stuff, but I had never done like super, super tiny stuff. And this really appealed. And so it really originally was getting it just for the painting challenge, but then started looking more into like the actual gameplay and everything. And then we got sent a bunch of terrain scaled for this. And I was like, oh, well, now I got to at least like give it a shot because I want to be able to use the terrain and see how cool that looks. And that's where we're at now. So we're going to be trying it out, giving it a shot. And if we get really hooked, we'll expand out and maybe try some other armies as well. Because like I do really like the look of the AdMech list. I saw the big box set of it the other day at my local game store and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. All right, let's go ahead and get cleaning some of these pieces. I'm gonna do each one at a time so that I don't mess up their legs. Nice and smooth. I'll probably texture it a little bit, yeah. Put a little bit of texture paint on there to give it some... Well, actually, no, probably not on these ones because these bases are sculpted. So I probably won't texture them too much because they're actually...
Paint them.
Yeah, I'll paint them more than texture them. Because they're actually on like ruins. They're in a city. Which makes sense for this time period, you know? I feel like a lot more of the Imperium was intact. Okay, so... I got it. Okay, so that goes in there. Lovely. That's very convenient. I appreciate when Games Workshop thinks about their construction for these minis and makes it all logical. Exactly, Devin. That's sort of my appeal of this game. And I've talked about this a little bit before, but I have zero problem repeating it for anybody who hasn't heard before. But like, one of the things that I love about this is the scale. And I don't just mean like I like how cute and tiny they are. That is very charming, don't get me wrong. Absolutely delightful part, but it's really the volume of miniatures that you end up having really appeals to me, on top of the variety of height those miniatures get to represent in regards to what they would be on the battlefield. Like, I love that the infantry feel distinctly different in height from the walkers, which feel distinctly different in height from the tanks, which feel distinctly different in height from the knights and the titans. So like, that all just is really, really cool. The Mechanicus bits are nightmare. I can imagine that they are, because they probably, like, with all the little mechadendrites and stuff, like, I would not put it past GW to make some of those separate that you have to glue on. So I can absolutely believe they are a challenge when it comes to assembly. But I just really, like, I love 30K AdMech. I think they're very cool. I also just want to feel like I have a Mechanicum style army, because I love that book. Look at him standing. They're a little top heavy, so they do fall over unless they are feet in two pieces. No! Why? Why would they do that at this scale? I mean, I don't know. I still don't understand why they would do that at freaking, like, on the Dreadnought. The freaking Contemptor Dreadnought. I cannot get over the fact that it just... fiendish. It is absolutely fiendish of them. Stupid Games Workshop. Oh my god, you can make those huge dioramas. You're absolutely right, Alex. That's a really cool idea, actually. I didn't even consider that. That would be fun, actually. I wonder if I could enter that in one of my IPMS meetings. Probably. Do we have some nice Gregorian chanting? Is that what I'm hearing in my music right now? That's great. Very 40K. There we go. One leg built. Boop. All right, once that's finished drying, I'll finish cleaning that up because I realized I forgot to before I glued it. Oh, very true. Yeah, no, we absolutely can stock up on thin metal rods and some clear plastic rods, as well as fishing wire for doing dioramas and adding to my kits for scale models especially. Because all the kits right now for my scale models are actually down there. I do want to start building those in there because I feel like I have a little bit more space. Although, I mean, the thing is like I might end up bringing some of them up here as well. But I want to do all my like tufting, like any of the messy tufting down there, because it'll just be so much easier to clean. I'm also storing everything down there because it's just, I've got plenty of space for it. It is lovely. Oh, and hoses too that are like super small. Jeez. Whew. I can only imagine. I did see the tiny Thunderhawk. Oh my god, it was so cute. It's the only way I'm gonna ever own a Thunderhawk. They're so expensive. They're also like giant chunks of resin. Very scary. All right. Oop. Throwing things a little bit. It's all good. As long as nothing's being thrown onto the floor. Although I will admit, because I don't have to worry about carpets anymore as much, it's been easier for me to find things when I do drop them. Still causes a panic in the depths of my soul, but at least I have found that I've been able to find things a little bit easier. Oh yeah, Halo has some great music. I think have I listened to the Danish National Symphony before?
Not that I know.
No, I don't think I have. I know that I've listened to some sort of like symphonic orchestra before, but I don't remember like which one it was. Good night, Lindsay. Lovely to have you here. Sleep well, and I hope you wake up rested. Oh, do you have a couple of Thunderhawks? That's awesome. Yeah, the Thunderhawk is on my list to get. Oh, isn't that the other thing that you ordered that you didn't go over when you were talking about it? Was you ordered me one of those ships that is the same type that I use in Rogue Trader?
Oh, yes, I ordered that, yeah, from GW. That releases next week. It's not out yet.
Yeah, it's a pre-order, but yeah, nice. Very excited. Very, very excited for that. The tops of these cleaned. We can get them glued in and we can start putting all the guns in. Because they don't have arms, they just get guns. Is that what it's called? I don't remember what the ship is called. Silverbolt doesn't sound familiar to me, but I don't know specifically.
Might be. Give me a second, sorry.
No problem. I just know it as the Rogue Trader's personal carrier ship.
Yeah, that's actual Horus Heresy model. It's not a...
Yeah, no, I don't think it's
not a Legion model.
Yeah, it's like the full scale game, not this one. Yep. something on this chassis that I didn't clean up. I'm just gonna use my nail to sort of scrape it a little bit because
Wow.
I actually find that on these little ones, I can just do that sometimes and it's fine. There we go. Okay, where was the leg that I needed to tidy up? I think it was this one. Yeah. There we go. Other side. Okay, that works. And then did I get it cleaned up on this one? Almost. Could do a little bit more work there. There we go. Okay. Let's attach some weapons, shall we? So these things can do more damage than just stomp on people. Bam. Oh, it's so tiny. Little rocket pods. Tiny little rocket pods. I love walkers. They're so cute. They're so, like, goofy looking. Okay, there we go. Does that look even? Bring him into focus. There we go. Look at him. He's so cute. Pew, 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 pew. All right, I think that looks good. I'm just gonna let them dry now. And we'll refocus. How my hand's gonna be right about, nope. There we go. I'm sure somebody has done that, the bobbins. Painted the troops as stormtroopers and then painted the sentinels as ATSTs. I'd be shocked if somebody didn't. Would it be hard to find other LI players? I don't think so, Mr. Fahid. I mean, imagine that it comes down to just looking on the right places online to see if there's local communities near you so that you could find some people to play with. My first, like if I personally was looking for like a larger scale community to play with, actually I already know where I would go because I know a group that already does this. Because there's a Bay Area 30K group that does both Horus Heresy and Legion Imperialis. So if I really wanted to play with other people, that would probably be where I would go. But in regards to like, if you're in another area, say not the Bay Area, then the first place I would go would be to my local game stores, or at minimum calling them and being like, hey, I play these games. Do you know if you have people who play those games? Like, my first question would be, do you have any actual events for these games currently at your game store? And if not, are there days where people come in and like free play whatever they want to? And is there anybody that plays these games then? And then the next like question, if the answer was yes to any of those, would be like, does your store have a Discord where like, customers can connect so that they can get games? Is there a way that, do you facilitate people connecting so that they can play games? How does that work? And that's where I would go. That's at least how I would approach it. Because then at least you're being polite about it, but you're also inquiring about a community. And generally, like game stores especially, if that is something that your area has, like to see people intrigued by if there's communities at their stores or not, because sometimes they'll want a community to grow, but they don't have like quite enough people to facilitate that or justify it, because certain times when you have support like that at a game store, the game stores are also putting like financial money, or money into it, because they're either paying into a program provided by the company that produces the product, aka Wizards of the Coast, has a program for the stores where they get the pre-release equipment and all that stuff. Pokemon does the same thing, Yu-Gi-Oh does the same thing, etc. A lot of the TCGs do. But also GW sometimes does that kind of stuff, like you can put in to get supplies to help your store grow a community, etc. D&D will do that. There's some supplemental stuff there that you can get as a store, but you as a store still have to pay for all that. Even if you are not necessarily charging your customers for those things, but you are using them as a facility to get people in, trying to buy the products that go with these game systems. So not all stores want to commit to every single system to actually support a community if there aren't enough people for it. So when people start coming in and asking about a game system, they're like, oh, cool, yeah, X, Y, and Z is really into that. Like, Joe, John, and Larry are all into those, but we need like a fourth person for tournaments to actually feel like legitimate and viable. If you're interested or something, then like swing by the casual play, see how they are, see if you can connect with them, and then we can talk about doing some official stuff like down the line. Like that's how you see communities grow and actually start at game stores, if they aren't just like the big ones that most of them tend to support anyways, because it's a staple of their business. I remember doing that. I have a number of miniatures myself that I would glue pennies to the bottom of, because I wanted them to have a little bit of extra weight, because they were so light. And so I know exactly what you're talking about, Luke. All right, let's keep putting these guns in place. Oh, thanks, Havman. I think it's something that people just don't think about when they're going into like game stores, especially, and they're looking for a community. And because I have the perspective of somebody who actually worked at a game store, I like to talk about it occasionally, because I feel like it helps give others perspective of like the process that a store goes through in order to sometimes get a community going or maintain a community or etc. Because I don't think it's always obvious, and obviously they don't publicly always talk about these struggles because it's not super relevant or fun, even if it is important and vital to their survival as a business. Oh my god, these tiny sentinels are so cute. Really, this entire game is adorable. You know, with all of its war and murder. It was the old joke that your whole army is 16 pence. Oh my god, could you imagine? Oh, that is not the way that's supposed to be facing. Hold on. 16 pence for an entire army. I wish. Alright, we're going to let those dry a smidge. I'm going to switch over to face cam. Let this rest a bit while we're letting those dry, and I'll munch on a few more chips. I have no idea what I'm doing for dinner tonight.
Me neither.
I don't really feel like cooking, which is my problem. So I think I might just do scavenging tonight. And then we'll do tacos tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay. Either tacos or paninis, whichever you prefer tomorrow night.
Whatever you would like.
That is empty. I shall grab some water then. Boop. It has been so great today. I have had no concept of what time it is this entire day.
Yeah.
Like, legit, it's been... I always feel like days like this sneak up on me, even though I can just look at the weather and see that it's coming, but I don't. Not always. I do sometimes, but not always. But yeah, we've been having a really great day today. And it completely threw off my morning because I was like, what time is it? It felt way earlier when I woke up than it actually was. Oh, I totally understand that. No problem about being silent in chat. I get that you guys do other stuff while I'm rambling on, and that's totally fine. There we go. All right, now these guys go on... Yes, they go onto a base. Do I want to put... Let's see, let's do one on a step. One on those, one on that. How many do I have left with the Aquila? Is it 4? I think it might be 4. Let me grab... Okay. I have 4 bases that have the Aquila. Or at least a portion of an Aquila on them. Do you want those designated for any particular units?
No.
Okay.
I am ambivalent.
Okie dokie.
Your judgment is trusted in this and all things.
Cool. I'm gonna put a sentinel on one. Their little feetsies wet. Activate the melting process. Yeah, we can. So do this now. Boop. And then... beep. There we go. Did you just pass midnight? My goodness. Well, Alex, have a good night. I imagine it's quite late for you. Thank you for hanging out, and it was lovely having you here. Oh my god, look how cute it is. Ah! Tiny tank, tiny little walker. Tiny, 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 tiny. They're the best. All right, next one. Boop. Yeah, just past 4 p.m. here, exactly. All right, there's that one. Next. A little fiber on his foot. Unacceptable. And last but not least, our fourth little guy. You know what? I'm not actually going to put him on a step. I'm going to put him here. Boop. There we go. 4 little sentinels. They're so cute. Their little missiles go off. They shoot out at you. Okay, I am going to put the sentinels over here. Oh. Wait, what did you say these were?
Hmm?
These ones? Because these aren't Lehman Russes.
No, they're manticores.
Okay.
They're Medusas. They're Medusas.
Yeah. So you ordered. You have 20 of this. The Lehman Russ coming.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
I simply got the Medusas because I needed something to blow up the terrain that we got.
I understand.
And those are specifically made for blowing up terrain.
I gotcha. Okay. I was just tripping for a second because I was like, wait a minute. Those are not the same as these.
No,
and for some reason, I was like, wait a minute. I threw myself off.
So, it's small. You'll break something.
I probably would. All right, let's go ahead and move these guys over here, get them out of the way. Gosh, this guard army is looking sick.
I know. Thanks to my awesome wife assembling it.
Well, I didn't assemble some of these. You assembled some of them too,
yeah.
you know.
Well, I'm quick with the tanks.
That's true. Well, I at least got the 2 tanks done, and now I've got the 4 sentinels done. And next, we're gonna start on the Ogrins. Let's see. There will be 2 of these guys. Or, sorry, 4 of these guys.
Yep.
Is what I meant to say. 2 bases each.
I forget what somebody in chat was talking about the other day. Apparently it is common to just get more value. People will just put 3 Marines on a base and just call it a detached or a squad.
Oh, is that... Okay, yeah, because I remember when somebody brought that up and I didn't quite...
Basically, there's no time where you'd have
more or less than 5, so as long as there's guys on it, yeah.
I see. Well, I put the full 5. Because that's how the rules or the instructions told me to build it.
Yeah.
Hello, Meg and or Zach and or whoever else might be running the Hobby Collab channel right now. Hello, how are you guys doing? Things are going quite well. I am looking forward to our collab later this month. Next month. It's not February yet. That's tomorrow. But yeah, looking forward to it, and I hope you're doing well. Yeah, aren't they super cool? I love, look, have you seen the tiny tanks? Look at my tiny tank. Bam. Tiny, tiny tank. And then I have a larger tiny tank. And I even magnetized it. What? But amazing. So crazy. All right. Ogren, let's clip out some legs. 31 and 35. All right. We're gonna build both groups at once. So here's 31. All right, so all the 31s. $35s. $32 and $36s. All right, you know what? Let's just get them grouped into... One, two... Here are 36s. Oop, as long as I keep them like paired up, it shouldn't really be a problem. If I clip everything out, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. We're just gonna keep them in little groups, but also spread it out so we can see. I should probably fix my camera. I forgot to zoom to really in. There we go. There we go. Okay, here's another, oh, these are the 36s I was clipping out. Okay, so now the torsos on the other side are just going to go to the other legs on the other side. Has it been raining for you as well? Yeah, it's been raining for me a lot of the day. All right, and then now we need the arms. All right, so 38. Two, 1 and 2. The other 38s out first. Okay, so there they go. There they are. Oh. Release the plastic. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Now for 33, which is our opposite arm. And that one there. We'll go over to the other sprue in a second. Okay. I will do so, Luke. Don't worry. Looking up the Russian TOS A1 and the Manticore. I would not be surprised if they were based off that. The guard tanks being based off of Russian tanks is less surprising to me than I think the Marine ones. I think the Marine ones I feel like would be more... Actually, would they be? I don't know. It's so interesting because, like, I feel like GW pulls random elements from various real-world tanks and shoves them into their sci-fi universe a little bit sometimes. Okay, so 37, which is this one. I believe we'll need to go with there. So we need to go with this one. Okay. Alright, so those ones. Just keeping my lefts and my rights together properly so they don't actually... I mean, I wouldn't be able to glue them on incorrectly. I don't think they would fit. It would obviously be 2 left arms versus, you know, 2 right arms. But I think I'm getting them properly separated out. Which will just mean when I finally do the assembly, after cleanup, it'll just be bam, 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 is hoping. It's what I hope it ends up being like. Just a bunch of dab the glue in there, shove the piece in, cool, it fits perfectly, let's go. And then it's assembled very quickly and we can put them on a base. Which will mean that after that, it is literally just the smaller units of infantry along with the one other Titan, which I'm pretty excited about. Oh, I don't think I realized we had a Jack up here on the blanket with us still. That's so cute.
You called it out to me earlier.
I couldn't remember if he... Was that before or after the break? That was
after.
Oh, was it after? Okay. I thought it was before. So I thought maybe he had come down with us and then come back up now. I don't know. Oh, is that why we don't see really any Panzer designs, like, within the 40K stuff? Is because they were afraid to use it?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That, especially with a British company. Yeah.
Well, that's like, that makes a huge, huge amount of sense. Did I give you the pen back?
Yep.
May I have it?
Nope.
Oh, fine. I suppose I accept this. Oh, thank you. He is a little bit of a ninja. Ooh. That's a really cool design. Doing the new Dune Sarduk. Or Sardukar. Sorry, I can't read. Sort of design for your Imperial Guard. Nice. That sounds awesome, actually. Excuse me. There we go. A little bit of cleanup there. All right, I'm just gonna start gluing these as I clean them. That way I don't mess up any pieces, or mix up, not mess up, but mix up any pieces. Oh my god, his little face is so cute. Poor guy, he's so just chonked out with stuff on him. I guess he's used to it, right? That's the sort of the Ogren's whole jam, right? Big giant boy carrying big giant stuff. In the name of the Emperor. In the name of the Emperor! Alright. Let's clean up these arms. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're still doing that. God, these things fit together so well. I'm actually quite impressed. Because they're so tiny, so you'd think they'd, like, fuck it up more. Because I feel like sometimes the GW, like, or the GW, the 40k ones are a little, like, fussy and fiddly and don't always, like, sit together in the most obvious ways. Whereas, like, these ones, the notches all seem to actually line up and fit, and it's honestly brilliant. I'm flabbergasted by the concept of it actually just fitting. What was it that Todd Howard said? It just works?
Yeah. The Bethesda guarantee.
The Bethesda guarantee. It just works. Oh my god, look at my first little ogre. It's so cute. Look at his little face. I am an ogre. I am so small. Boop, 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 boop. I will crush you. In the name of the Emperor. Oh, he's adorable. All right. One done. Only 7 more to go. Oh. Oh no.
What?
Did it go into my sleeve? I didn't hear it hit the floor. It did go into my sleeve. And then it hit the floor. I don't know if you guys saw that happen with the main camera or the face cam or not, but that definitely slipped out of my hand and landed in my giant sleeve. That's kind of hilarious. Yeah, they're gonna look really cool painted up. Turtles are pretty great. Every time I hear I like turtles, I just can't help but think of that one, like, kid from ages ago. Like, I'm pretty sure that kid's an adult now. But, like, he was just, I think it was like a, was it America's Funniest Home Video or something like that?
It was on Tosh.0.
Oh, that's what it, yeah, I do, that's what it was. It was Tosh.0. I was like, it was some Comedy Central show. But yeah, he was like, I like turtles. To a question completely
It was just a YouTube viral thing. It was on a news interview.
That's what it was. And he had like a, didn't he have like a, he looked like young Darby Allin.
Yes.
Because he had the skeleton face, like
Yep.
face paint. And I think that's what the interviewer was asking him about. And then he like came out randomly and just said he liked turtles. It was, I do. Don't put the Ogren's body facing the wrong direction, Angela. That's silly. Very silly indeed. Okay, and the next art. Bam! All right. That's our second little guy built. Moving on to the third. You did see it slip into the sleeve? Awesome. It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that's definitely my plan. My plan for painting these guys is going to be pretty straightforward and simple. White primer to get them started, and then a lot of washes and contrast colors, and pretty much that's it. Maybe a little bit of a dry brush of metallic to give a hint of a true metallic feel, but nothing like, I'm not gonna do like a full acrylic paint job over top. Just don't think that's gonna be needed. Okay. There you go, bud. It helps if we face it the right way, doesn't it? Also, maybe use a little bit more glue in there. There you go. There you go. Do his arms next. Ooh. Clean that up first, though. Oh yeah, I forgot he started crying at the end too.
What?
The turtle kid. I think at the end of that interview.
Oh, did he?
I think
I've never watched it that deep.
I think at the end of it, like, I think he started crying at the end.
Oh, poor child.
Because I think they were like, but what about your, like, face paint? And I think he was just, like, uncomfortable, you know? Well, one of the Warhounds is pretty much built. The main thing that's been slowing me down with the Warhounds is I just need to figure out how I want to... I need to get the right size magnets, I think, to finish doing the magnetization on them. Either that or I need to just grow a pair and figure it out with the current size ones that I have, but... little bit of adhesive right there. There we go. Should reinforce the connection to the backpack. There. Now I can't slide around as much. Brilliant. 3 little ogrins built. Let's keep going. Can I? Oh yeah, I think we'll get the ogrins finished before the end of stream. I say optimistically and hope that I don't get horribly distracted and don't finish. We have about a half an hour left. I feel like we can do it. What do you think, chat? Think we can do it? And by we, I mean I, because I'm the only one. Because you're not here actually working on them with me. Paper clips? What about paper clips? Paper clips, paper tacks, pins. Cut and glue a pin. Oh, yeah, pin the magnets in place. That's true. I could try pinning. Let's get the cleanup on the arms while that sets. Looking good. I think there's going to be one piece, yeah, right there that needs cleaning. And then on the other side of the gun, I think. Yep, on this particular one. You know, I don't know if I got it on the other side of this first guy. Oh, I did not. Look at that little bit of flash. And by a little, I mean actually kind of gigantic piece of flash compared to everything else. Yay! Thank you. We can do it. Boop, boop. Yep, you're feeling solid enough for me to put pressure on you as I glue the arms in place. Okay. First arm in. Love it. Actually got a connection to the backpack on the first go. Go. That actually worked brilliantly. So I just put a little bit of glue on there, and then because I saw that I had a little bit of flash left over, and I used then my mold line remover to scrape it away, and it came off really super easy and clean because it was slightly melted because of the glue, and because this is plastic glue, it won't actually stick to the mold line remover's tip because it's metal, so I can just clean it off really easily, and that actually worked way better than I expected. Probably be doing that in the future. Because I don't really feel like it's wasting glue or anything like that. I don't think it's... Especially since I'm literally going to glue that section anyways. Nice. Alright. First 4 little dudes built. We'll get them on a We'll get them on the base here in a sec. I'm gonna build everybody at once, and then we can kind of mix and match poses together. That is the goal. That's the plan, at least. He does work his little mog butt off. Jack is working extremely hard right now. Being cute, fluffy, and taking the nap. It's very tough work, and I'm glad that you understand, Luke. Thank you. You understand how hard his little kitty life is. What? Are you talking about me? He just shifted and, like, buried his face more into his head. Into his, Can't bury his face more into his head. That would be weird. He buried his face more into his tail. Because he's a little croissant right now. A wee croissant. That's good. Smidge of cleanup on these. Very true. And it's very tough being the best, most awesomest Jack. Which is why when he gets fed, he gets plenty of treats and extra snacks. And everything's covered in sauce. Because he's a spoiled little brat. And I would have it no other way. Nice. Fourth little dude built. Or sorry, fifth little dude, I mean. Next. Oh, that was a good crack. Did you? Wonder if chat heard it. Flying the feet pieces. Honestly, we look pretty good on the torsos. The torsos come out pretty darn clean. There's always that one section in the arm, but it's easy enough to just gently scrape away. Yeah, honestly, I have to say I'm just very impressed with the assembly process of these Legion minis. I continue to just be like, wow, these are going together way more smoothly and with way less fiddliness as I would have expected. Like, there's been some still, of course, because I've never built anything this small. So, like, there are a few things that I've been figuring out as I've been going, but overall, they really just went together well. And I couldn't be happier about it. Because I think my biggest fear with getting into these was never the painting process. It was always the building. I think the main thing that makes it tolerable is that for the most part, GW was kind and didn't make the infantry have too many individual parts. Like, there are still some. My missile launcher guys, I had to attach the missile launchers to them. They weren't already pre-molded that way, but that's the only infantry so far that I've had to do that for. I'm sure there'll be like one when it comes to the guardsmen, like maybe the flamers. No, actually, they look like they already come assembled, so I don't think there are with any of the guardsmen then. Pieces that need to get attached. I guess it's the AdMech, like you were saying in chat, that maybe I need to watch out for. Oh my god, a Terminator 135th scale teleporting in 2005 with Marines on alert could be very funny. That would be amazing. Okay. There we go. That's him built 2 more. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, I believe. I believe. I believe I can fly.
Admit yourself soon.
I believe I can assemble these minis. I believe I can sing out a tune. And possibly make everybody's ears bleed. The true Slaanesh way. The Noise Marines would be so proud. My neighbors locking their car outside after I said that kind of startled me. Because it sounded like somebody said, yeah. Why are you being... There you go. I was about to be like an asshole. One of the arms was fighting me, and I was be like, why are you being an asshole to me? The miniature, no one in chat. The only way you would break the miniatures while you were building them is if you were just like extremely heavy-handed. And so like while like you could put too much pressure while press fitting them to the pieces together and cause them to like slip and then go flying. I've definitely struggled with that a little bit in the past, but honestly, like I said, the pieces actually fit together so well. Like they do have grooved little, and I'll show you, because I know you haven't built miniatures before. I know you have some to build, but I know you haven't gotten around to doing that yet, and I completely understand why. It's a little daunting sometimes, the prospect. But so like for example, it's kind of easy to tell on. Am I going the right way? I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Okay, so like here's the legs and the torso. So like they do have matching grooves that do slot into each other. So you see this one has the up portion and this one has the indent for it to slide into. So they end up going in together, and like I will admit on certain of GW's kits, those never feel like they actually fit together well. Like they're so like almost nondescript in their shapes that the minute you put any kind of like plastic glue and it starts melting it, you just lose all that shape and it doesn't always slide together, at least in my experience with how it happens. Even with these though, I have found that that's not been the case. Like I feel like they're keeping their shapes pretty well, and it means that when I'm pushing the two pieces together, it goes pretty easily. So I don't really think, like I get your fear. And what I guess I'm trying to say is be confident because I don't think you would actually do what you're describing unless you were just like really, really, really pressing. You'd have to be like extremely heavy-handed in order to achieve what you're doing. And I think you'll find once you start building miniatures, you'll get a feel for like what I mean when I say like heavy-handed versus not. And I think you'll get a grasp for that pretty easily. It's just something that you don't necessarily think about when you're first going into building. And so it may be like, that's at least for me how I ended up managing to make some pieces fly apart by putting too much pressure and having them explode because the glue hadn't set yet or anything like that. And they just went, and things went all over the place. And gosh, on carpeted floors, that was not pleasant. But again, that's sort of a, you feel it out. And if you watch enough people build things or that kind of stuff, I think modernly you can avoid these issues because you'll just hear people talk about them like I'm doing and be like, oh, I can avoid that then myself. Or if you do happen to successfully fling your pieces apart because you put too much pressure, you'll know what you did, and then you'll know maybe I shouldn't press that hard the next time, and it'll go smoother. There's no, like, don't be concerned about making mistakes. Especially ones that are really not, like, that are not that big of a deal and totally fixable, like something like that. And the biggest concern there is completely losing one of the pieces, especially at this scale, because these are so tiny. But like on the Blood Bowl miniatures that you're working on, none of your pieces are going to be so small that I don't think you're going to be able to find them. Like one of your smallest pieces is going to be like maybe the ball, which is not even glued to anything. It just slots into the bases because there's usually a pre-drilled hole there. So you'll be fine. And most of your, like, let's see, you have the undead, so I think like the joints that you'll have to be the most concerned about would be maybe some arms, if those are like on some of the bone skeleton guys and they don't have like a good shoulder support. But because these guys are sculpted to be in uniforms, I think you'll probably find it goes together pretty smoothly. I've built the team that you have, but it's been so long that I don't remember the assembly process. But normally I don't find skeletons to be that fiddly from GW, generally. I forgot to smooth his feet before we began building him. There we go. Okay. Time to glue them to bases. I'm also going to swap us over. Oh my god, this Dream Deck is so nice. Do that. I am feeling stiff today. I've got like 4 cracks out of my back, or out of my neck today, just on the stream. Could you get a magnifying glass so you can put the glasses over the minis at the distance rather than moving to the camera? What the plan is actually, like we do eventually want to either replace or upgrade the camera that we've been using here because of the 30-minute problem as well. And that's actually one of the stands that he got might end up helping with that because I can bring the camera a little bit lower. Because right now I have the macro lens on it because because these are so small, I want to be able to get really close detail on them. But the depth of field that focus ends up being in is relatively shallow because it is an M50, or it is a macro. And I don't know if I don't know where I would hook the magnifying glass to like make that, like honestly, I just have to adjust the focus, and bringing it up closer allows me to give you finer detail because like I can do pretty decent focus like it's sitting at a distance, but then the things are at a distance and they're super tiny so you can't really see it anyways. Honestly, there's a lot less fiddling with it when I'm working on a larger scale stuff. Like if I was working on an Age of Sigmar or 40k, or even just normal Horus Heresy, it wouldn't be an issue. I don't think you need a green stuff. Don't say that, Luke. You'll scare him and then he'll never do it. You don't need green stuff.
No, you do not.
Like, you don't need green stuff in order to build your skeletons.
I've been in this hobby for many decades. I have assembled thousands of miniatures. I have used green stuff twice. Ever. So no, you don't need it.
Yeah. Like, I think he'll be fine building his first miniatures. Yes, you absolutely have the choice of doing that, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't want to call it out as like you need it, because I feel like for new people, like the more materials they think they have to buy in order to like start, the more discouraged they get and they'll never start. And since I know that Havman is already a little bit nervous to like do this because he's not, he's never done this before. He's never like built miniatures or anything like that. It's a completely new hobby to him. I want it to feel, because it is, as easy and like friendly to enter into as possible. So no extra materials, just a little bit of glue, some clippers to clean things up, and like maybe a like, if you're comfortable with it, a razor, like a what's the word I'm looking for? Hobby knife. A hobby knife in order to do some like mold line scraping and stuff like that, or the mold line remover if you want to like do that. If you're less comfortable with a hobby knife and doing it with a blade like that, you can. Conversions? Or conversations? Skeleton self-build? Oh, I see what you're saying. You thought I was talking about like making your own skeletons. Oh yeah, no. No, I'm not talking about making your own skeletons. I'm simply talking about him assembling the skeleton army or not army, the skeleton team for Blood Bowl. It's the undead team, you know, the ones with the that are mostly bone boys, and they've got all like the wing bat helmets, which are super freaking cool looking, and I love them. That's what I'm talking about assembling. Yeah, exactly. Like you'll have a few accessory pieces here and there on certain units that of course will have a few couples like really small pieces, but for the most part, there are not that many like super, super tiny pieces that are like, you got to worry about losing. And I have found in my personal memory and opinion of it, and I guess the opinion that I have based on that memory, I feel like skeletons generally go together pretty easily. So you'll be fine. Okay, let's pair these guys up before we start gluing. You have 4 pairs of Ogrins. Do you want them to be where they are, the melee weapon is on the same side for both of them, or do you want melee weapons to be on the opposite sides? Does that make sense to you in my question?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Would you like them to be where they're paired like how these guys are, where the melee weapons are adjacent to each other?
Oh.
Or would you rather them be paired where they both have the melee weapon on the same side?
Dexter's good.
Okay, cool.
They're not supposed to be uniform in their marching formation.
Sounds great.
They're ogre.
I kind of like those guys together. I think I like those guys together. Then we'll go ahead and do... Let's see. I think those guys together, and then... Maybe I'll swap. Okay, yeah, I think I like those pairs. I'm going with it, chat. Going going with it, and then I'm gonna switch it over to show you what I did, because I realized I was on full face. I forgot I was on full face. Boop, there we go. Okay, let me adjust. And then shift them. So there's a couple where the guns are together, a couple that aren't, and I tried to vary up their marching positions. There's one guy and his partner. Love it. Oh my god, these guys are so cute. I love the scale of this game. There. And your friend next. That makes complete sense, Luke. I understand. That's something I need to do a tutorial for. I do have one of the old metal kits, like blisters, from the Rogue Trader era stuff that I got at a con like last year. Oh, that reminds me, I need to buy the tickets for KublaCon. Is it Kubla or Dundra?
Kubla's in May.
Is it Dundra that's coming up then?
Yeah, it
okay.
is.
I need to buy the tickets for that then. But I think the last time that I went to either Dundra or KublaCon, I can't remember now which, and I saw Games of Berkeley had a there, and they were selling some of their like super vintage. They got basically a bunch of like really vintage GW products in that they were reselling because they had basically they had been storage, and they acquired them again and pulled them out and were like, oh, we should probably sell these. Oh, do I want to do a step? Okay, I'll do that one last. And one of the things that I grabbed was some like really cool old Rogue Trader era models that are lead, and definitely lead because there's a warning on the label. And I thought that was really cool. And I need to paint them up. And I think that would make a fun or an interesting tutorial. I think that would be engaging for people. Because I think the keywords would honestly just do well in that one potentially. Also, I could dress up like a Rogue Trader. That might be an idea, actually. Could be an idea. It was £5 for 2 players. Oh my god, that would be amazing. All right. Got those little guys. And then last but not least, let's see. How do I want to do this? Do I want to have like one down on the step and the other one... Okay, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put one on the step off to one side, and then the other one will be on the raised platform facing slightly to the other side. I think that will balance it well on the base. Base. Since you look like you're stepping that way, we're going to have you go like that. Nice. And your buddy going the other way. Very cool. And there they go. We have 4 bases of Ogrins. And we had 2 minutes to spare before we're calling it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hit the button, and if I didn't hit it hard enough. Nope, I said turn off. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's how it didn't end up turning off, because I thought I had turned it off yesterday, but apparently I didn't. And maybe I just didn't flick it up hard enough. All right, I'm gonna go and put that on so I don't forget, because I'm not gonna go back to this camera for a moment, because I can just hold up my tiny little Ogrin to you here and go, look at them, they're so cute. I love them. I'm not even gonna get to use them. I get to destroy them. I get to blow them up. And to smithereens.
I was say, please charge them with the Terminator.
No, I will not charge them with my Terminators. I will just throw my tanks into them. I won't actually throw my tanks into them. I will shoot my tanks at them. But yay, we did it! I actually feel really good about that, because we got 8 bases built and finished 2 tanks. So actually a pretty good amount for me, all things considered, in a 4-hour stream. We still even managed to take a break, which I've been trying to be better about, because I'm terrible about doing that. Although I am feeling hungry now. So we are going to call it. Thank you so much for joining me today. Now, as a reminder, before I leave, I just want to let you guys know that there will not be a stream tomorrow here on YouTube. However, there will be a stream over on the Spicy Place, OnlyFans specifically, on my free page. So if you want to join me for a WWE pay-per-view watch-along, because I will be watching the Royal Rumble live, swing by. It'll be free. You can join. We'll have a good time. It is mostly focused on watching the wrestling. I just want to be able to wear something spicier. So that is the plan. Should be a really good time. I expect much CM Punk ranting tomorrow. I expect that asshole to win the Rumble. I really want Cena to win the Rumble, but I have a feeling it's gonna be Mr. Punk and whatever. Hopefully Cody Rhodes will just kick his ass at WrestleMania. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't crush my dreams. Not Games Workshop, WWE. Don't crush my dreams. My dreams. Or my jeans. My dreams or jeans. Triple H, if you're watching this, let him win, but then have Cody kick his ass later, okay? Please, please, please. That's all I want. I just want to see him smushed beneath the boot of Cody Rhodes. That's all I want. But yes, hope to see you guys there tomorrow. There will not be a stream on Sunday, but we will be back
Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll be back either Monday or Tuesday. I'm doing something on...
You have your stream with no real spark.
It's the filming day. I was like, there is something I'm doing on Monday. What is it? But it is content related, but I was like, it's not live streaming. What am I doing? That's right. I will be, so it's going to be a relatively busy weekend, and I'm taking Sunday off because I am going to a market that I've been wanting to go to for a little bit. And it has a surprise for Chaos Cultist there, so I'm very excited. I'll probably be posting about that once it happens. But that's the plan. Hope you guys are excited. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys at the various content that I'll be streaming. And then until then, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. It's probably the next major time I'll be streaming that's on YouTube specifically. So until then, have a lovely day. Have a wonderful hobby night. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody.